Case file number 3390, written by Throwaway XZCP, The Orange Mustang. Aside from seeing some weird lights in the sky when I was really into astronomy in my younger days, I've never had anything that could be described as a paranormal experience. Until Tuesday. I was on the interstate driving back home after an ultrasound appointment at the Cleveland Clinic. For the record, I don't have any brain issues. This was an abdominal ultrasound. I had to get done up there because none of the ultrasound techs in my area are trained to do this specific imaging that my doctors needed. Anyway, my appointment was early in the morning, so my drive back was during daylight hours. There was an accident on the interstate that reduced traffic down to only the right lane, and after I had gotten past it, I wanted to get over on the left lane and continue on my way as quickly as I could. I looked over my shoulder to make sure it was safe to change lanes, and there was an orange late 90s or early 2000s Mustang in the left lane. I stayed in the right lane, and as traffic sped up, I let the car ahead of me get some distance so I could get a safe distance ahead of the Mustang and get over to the left. As I hit the gas, the Mustang matched my speed almost exactly, and as I ran out of room in the right lane in front of me, I slowed down and figured I would just wait until the Mustang and whoever was behind it passed me, and I could then get over. Well, the Mustang didn't pass me. In fact, it matched my speed again as I slowed down, and I thought to myself, wow, I'll bet the people behind him are getting pretty pissed off. So I slowed down another 5 or so miles an hour and figured that would be enough to let him pass me. At this point, I'm going 10 under the speed limit. He stayed in the left lane and slowed down in tandem with me yet again, and I honestly was starting to get worried that I made this guy angry somehow and was getting into a situation with a road rager. Just then, the audiobook I was listening to skipped ahead and started playing the next chapter without finishing the one it had been on, which happens occasionally. It's an almost 20-year-old MP3 player I plug in with an auxiliary cable. So I glanced down to grab it and click it back to the correct chapter. And after I got it back to where it was supposed to be, I looked over in the left lane again and the Mustang was gone. To be clear, completely gone. Not next to me, not ahead of me, not behind me. I didn't just check my mirrors either. I turned my entire head to look behind me, and there was no Mustang, orange or otherwise. I took my eyes off the road for about 2 seconds, that's it. Just enough time to make sure I was grabbing my MP3 player in the right place and not knocking a bunch of stuff on the floor in the process. I put it on the right chapter without looking at it. After having the damn thing for almost 2 decades, I know all of the buttons by touch alone, and that wasn't the first time it had skipped ahead a chapter, like I mentioned. I slowed down even more than before. About 6 cars in the left lane passed me, and still no Mustang. 2 cars that had been behind me in the right lane got over and passed me as soon as they could, too. I could see at least 300 yards ahead, and there was no Mustang anywhere. That part of Ohio is flat as a pancake, so it's not as if the Mustang could have gone around a bend or gone up a hill or dipped down one either. Besides, there wouldn't have been time. Within the space of no more than 2 seconds, that car completely vanished. I saw that freaking Mustang, I know I did, and not for a short period of time either. So where the hell did it go? And if it wasn't there, then what the hell did I see? So as you mentioned, this disappearance happened in 2 seconds. You could levy a lot of reasonable explanations if it, say, maybe took 10 seconds, the car could have sped off, maybe got behind a blind spot of a different car, and then maybe got ahead of a few cars and simply you lost track of it. But in 2 seconds, even a Tesla with 1,000 horsepower and insane acceleration could not have gone that fast. And I mean, this is a Mustang, so even if they tried to, you would have heard the engine roar considerably. So, yeah, it simply vanished. The real question was it ever really there in the first place? At least, was it there in your universe? Written by Throwaway 23. Tangled but complete. A couple weeks ago, I put my necklace with a pendant in my cargo pants pocket as I was leaving my boyfriend's house. I forgot the necklace was in my pocket when I did laundry like a day later. I don't wear jewelry that often, and didn't remember until the wash cycle was complete. When I moved the laundry to the dryer, I didn't see the necklace at all, but when the laundry was dry and when I went to unload it, there was a pendant, only without the chain right at the front where the lint trap is. Well, at least I found the valuable part, the pendant, I thought to myself, and decided I'd just use a different chain when I wanted to wear it. I took it to my room and placed it in a little container I put other jewelry in, and forgot about it. A couple days later, I saw the silver chain that I thought was gone, wrapped around the drawstring of some other pants that had been in the same load. Cool. I'll untangle that mess and put it back with the pendant when I have a moment. I procrastinated hard about folding laundry and untangling this chain, but today I decided to. I reach for the pants that have the chain wrapped around the drawstring in a huge tangle and the pendant is on it. But I don't know how, because the necklace is still so tangled, and why would I put the pendant back on the chain just to get it retangled again? Makes no sense. And I'm quite certain about my memory of finding the pendant first, and feeling relief that I found that part because it was a gift. I'm truly confused about this. Case file number 3392, written by Medieval Sea Monster, 57 minutes. I have a middle-aged indoor cat. She's not typically interested in going outside, and doesn't rush the door or anything. One night, my partner got home from grocery shopping and yelled, "Why is the cat on the porch?" implying I'd left the door open or something. I insisted I hadn't even opened the door since he left, so we consulted technology. Smart lock confirmed the door was not open between the time my partner left and the time he returned, about an hour later. All the windows had been closed and locked. I was feeding the cat when my partner left, so I know for sure he was inside at that point. I have a lot of cameras around my house, especially around the porch. I also have one of those video doorbells where you can see out straight and also down where a package might be. There are virtually no blind spots. Camera showed my partner leaving, locking the door, walking to his car, parked just at the edge of the porch. The package camera thing does not show the cat darting out behind him or anything like that. There's no way she got out behind him. No motion for the next 57 minutes. Then, about 3 minutes before my partner returns, the cat pops out from behind a wicker chair in the far corner of the porch, looking freaked out. She paces on the porch, meowing for a few minutes until he returns home and scoops her up. How? I mean, you have camera evidence, footage of the outdoor area, and your cat never got out there, and yet somehow he did. I mean, we always have stories with cats and dogs that are just teleporting around, phasing through matter. In this case, more like a teleportation event. Are space-time portals interacting with them in some way? I don't really think that happens often inside of homes, so I think it is an innate ability with pets. And maybe it has to do something with placeholder events, or like, I think most pets do have souls, but maybe there are transfer events where they can temporarily be placeholders until a new soul is loaded into it. Maybe they have to be transferred around, similar to how we are transferred around between universes, although I think in our case, it's more special and it results in more of a blending, where if one person's already occupied, they simply fuse them together, in our case. So maybe when this is happening to pets, they simply lose cohesion. It's like their waveform returns to the superposition, as long as no one's observing them. New definition for Schrodinger's cat. But at least it doesn't involve a radioactive isotope. Case file number 3393, written by CAG MFG. 5 stoplights, 3 people, 1 car. I was on the way home from the local pet store. I had an Escalade in front of me, a red Mazda SUV beside me, and a black Toyota in front of the Mazda. We stayed in this group for 5 stoplights, and the red Mazda SUV was beside me at every light and beside me on the road, because the front cars were driving under the speed limit. At every light, I was talking to my dog and noticed the guy driving the SUV, white male, short black hair, extra dark sunglasses, a 5 o'clock shadow, and a blue button-up shirt. He was totally locked in on the car in front of him because he didn't look around at anything. On light number 4, I looked over again and now an older, heavy-set white lady with white hair and a bright red shirt was driving the red Mazda SUV. I looked around to make sure another car didn't get in our little group, and didn't see one. At this point, I'm totally confused as I saw this SUV beside me the entire time, so I know it didn't turn off. Then we get to the last light where I'm about to turn off, and I go to look at this lady again, and now it's the white dude driving again, and now he had a dark-haired female sitting beside him. Case file number 3394, written by Lawn19. Removed, returned, recounted. On Christmas Day night, I was at my mom's house. The kids had gone to their dad's, and me and Mam were just relaxing, watching the bake-off. I was wearing a new pair of slippers that my mom had bought for Christmas, and when I kept getting up, something on the bottom was crunching as I was walking, and it was annoying me. So when I sat down, I put my feet up on the poof. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so it's not easy for me to bend my legs up to look at my soles, and asked my mom if I had stickers on the bottom of my slippers. She said I did. I took the slippers off and peeled off the stickers. The stickers were stuck over the raised text on the sole that shows the size and so on. I went to the kitchen and put the stickers in the bin by sticking them to a cardboard box that was in there. About an hour later, we were just watching TV, and I had my feet up on the poof again, and my mom looked at me and said, "I thought you'd taken the stickers off those slippers." I said that I had. She said that there was still one on my left slipper. So I took it off and had a look, and it was still there. Still stuck over the raised writing. On the other slipper, there was residue where the sticker had been, in the same place, and there wasn't any residue on any other part of the slippers, so it couldn't have been a second sticker. I distinctly remember peeling it off the first time. We just looked at it, bewildered for a second, and then I peeled it off and went to put it in the bin, only for the original 2 stickers to be stuck to the cardboard still. I peeled them off and took them into the living room to show my mom. We even matched one of them up with the indented pattern from the raised words on the bottom of the left slipper. It matches identical. We couldn't believe it. It literally made no sense at all. I peeled it off and put it in the bin, and it somehow dematerialized. So, I went and put all 3 stickers back in the bin. The original 2 stuck to each other, and then the third one. Later on, my mom went to make a cup of tea, and when she threw the tea bag away, she shouted through and asked me if I'd put all the stickers in the bin. I said I had. She said there were only 2. I went and looked, and she was right. Where I've stuck the original 2 together, there was now only 1, and then the third one was there next to it, where I'd put it. Me and my mom were completely bewildered. Case file number 3395, written by Live Tomorrow 4865. Lake Park after midnight. It was nighttime, and I was driving home from St. E's Boardman. I take South Avenue all the way and catch Lake Park where it becomes the extension of South Avenue, all the way to Midlothian. This car and mine were the only 2 on Lake Park that time of night, and it was about a football field in front of me. That stretch is flat also, and there are no turnoffs to the right, except the cemetery where the gates are locked after dark, and there are several to the left much further down, almost to the intersection with Midlothian, but this car and I were not there yet. I was barely paying attention to the taillights in front of me, but suddenly they just popped out of sight. They weren't far enough down the road to turn off, and had they been, I'd have seen their lights as they made the turn. It was puzzling and a little startling. I got to my intersection thinking maybe the car had somehow dipped from my sight and would be idling at the red light, but nope, just gone. Case file number 3396, written by The Enverse. Can silence move things? I'm telling this as a combined experience. I currently live with my mother, who was in her bedroom, and she walked into the bathroom to use it. We both keep somewhat nocturnal and odd hours as we both work from home. It's not rare that one of us would be asleep when the other isn't, but it's also not that rare that we both could be awake around 4 or 5 a.m. reading and whatnot. I always sleep with my bedroom door shut and locked. It's just a habit I have which makes me feel safe. From the bathroom, you can see my bedroom door. My mother left her room and saw from the bathroom that my door was open, but just a tiny bit, where the door is resting against the frame but not shut. I only keep it that way if I'm awake and getting ready for bed, and may need to go to the front of the house again before closing and locking it to sleep. So my mother assumed I was in there, but awake. She says she called out to me a few times. I haven't felt well most of today, and she wanted to check on me, but I didn't answer. I'm awake, but reading on my couch one room away from the bathroom and bedrooms. I have misophonia, which makes me extra sensitive to any noise, and working late helps me concentrate when it's extra quiet. She said she looked away briefly after calling out to me, and when she turned back around, my door was all the way open with the light on. There was no way I wouldn't have heard her, even here from the couch. I hear everything. I currently hear clocks ticking from 2 rooms away, but I heard nothing. The only noise I heard was her coming out of the bathroom and nothing before that, which is odd. I even had a moment of thinking, I didn't know she was awake. Last I knew, she was sleeping, but she looked into my room when she was finished and expected to see me there. She walks in here and tells me her side of this, while I tell her mine, and I have no idea what to think. Could this be a glitch situation? I only heard her after she started to walk in here, and it's weird I didn't hear her get up or use anything in the bathroom or even call my name. It's been dead silent. How did my door go from shut to open in just a brief moment? Could we have both lived in a different timeline or something for a few minutes? Case file number 3397, written by Doll Selection 615. Hydroplaning through reality. About a week before the main event, my friend Morgan and I were driving, and a car cut in front of us and kicked up a rock. It hit my windshield literally right in front of my face. For a split second, it felt like the rock almost went through the glass and into my face, even though it didn't. I turned on the windshield wipers, thinking maybe it was dust, but there was a chip with a tiny crack coming off it. We both saw it, talked about how annoying it was, and I didn't worry too much because where I live, windshields get replaced for free all the time. That chip stayed there all week, directly in my line of sight. Fast forward to about a week later. I was supposed to meet Morgan for a night out, but I got out of work late, and by the time I got there, she was already a little drunk. I decided it was better to just drive her home first, so I could relax and enjoy the rest of my night without worrying about her. It was raining pretty hard. I was on the highway going the speed limit. There are about 5 lanes, and I was in the middle lane, with a bunch of cars behind me. I hydroplaned. I drive a sports car, and I have experience controlling it. I drift corners sometimes, so I know how it responds. But this was different. I started fishtailing across the highway, within inches of the median multiple times, like back and forth across all the lanes. We ended up doing a full 180 and were facing the wrong direction in traffic, headlights coming straight towards us. As soon as the car stopped spinning, I booked a U-turn and floored it so we couldn't get hit. Now this is the part that really messes with me. Morgan is someone who knocks out instantly when she sleeps. She's incredibly hard to wake up, like it could be mid-conversation and she's gone. She wakes up in that moment with a gasp and says, "We got into a 9-car pileup." I just stared at her, because that absolutely would have happened if we'd hit the highway maybe 10 seconds later. After that, everything felt off. While I'm driving, I realize the chip in my windshield is gone. Completely gone. The chip that had been right in front of my face for a full week. No crack, nothing. I have a dash cam, so I pulled over later and checked the footage. The dash cam records in 2 or 3 minute loops. The entire loop with the hydroplaning, the spinning, her waking up and saying that, is just missing. Not corrupted, not half there, just gone, like it never happened. So first, where do you live where you can get your windshield replaced for free? I mean, maybe that is something that I don't have a car. I've never driven, so maybe that is pretty common in this universe too. I don't know. But yeah, did you switch universes? Almost certainly. What else could have caused the crack to reset? There are events where materials can reset in time to positions, or it's like a system restore on a computer, kind of like that. But given the nature of this event, where you're hydroplaning, your friend thinks you crashed, there's no video evidence of it, but maybe you simply quantum immortality'd as a verb, that's funny, but together to a new universe. I think if it happens, a death happens at the same time with someone you care about that you're really connected to, they do bundle the souls together most often. It does seem like there's enough stories where that happens, where people are ported over and they still remember the events that led up to the porting, the death. Case file number 3398, written by Ideally Corrosive, a very polite quantum dog. I'm dog sitting, and it's raining hard in California. I have to go pick something up, so I got the dog to go out into the backyard before I left. The yard is very small, and I didn't want her out there for too long, so that she wouldn't get the house too dirty. So I was waiting for her right at the door the whole time. She went and turned around a tiny corner where I couldn't see her. So I started calling her back after she had been there a while. She wouldn't come though. So I just kept waiting, wondering why she was taking so long. Eventually, I decided to try and look out one of the windows to see if I could see her through them, and I jumped when I saw her standing behind me in the back of the room, opposite the door, clearly confused as to why I was calling her in. I genuinely don't have an explanation for this. I was staring at the door the whole time. The storm door was slightly closed, so it wasn't like there was a ton of room to slip through either. I went around to check other doors in the house, wondering if she somehow got around the front and came in a different way, but nope. All the other doors are closed. I have to assume that she somehow did manage to slip by me, even with me staring out the back door the whole time. Unless she genuinely does have teleportation powers, and I've only started using them now. Case file number 3399, written by Available Kiwi 3862, signed for by nobody. A few years ago, I was sharing an apartment with two girls. Each had their own room while in college, and I had a definite glitch happen to me, in my opinion. Around 1 week before the weird moment, I visited my grandparents for the weekend. After I returned, I noticed that I had forgotten my laptop charger, so my grandpa did me the favor of mailing it to me. Because I needed the laptop for my classes, he chose the express delivery, one day, so we were both surprised when the package didn't arrive the whole week. My grandfather called the post service and they said they couldn't help, common where I'm from. The weekend comes, and I arrive home in the morning after a great house party. It was Saturday, but still no package. I knew I was home alone. We had a habit of letting each other know when we would visit our hometowns, and had been since the day before. We used to lock our bedrooms out of habit, so my door was definitely closed. Some crucial details before continuing. The layout of the apartment was simple. A long corridor with 5 doors. Kitchen and living room, bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bedroom 3, mine, and the last one, right at the end, and near my own, was the bathroom. It's very important to note that the doors open indoors, so if I were to enter my bedroom, I would have to push the door in. The bedroom was square-shaped, and there was a little nook of sorts near the door, like a small square attached to a big square. The swing of the door covered the entire little square from one side to the other. Again, this is important. So I had just arrived home and wanted to take a shower. I went into my bedroom, opened the door, dropped my bag, jacket, shoes, whatever, and left for the bathroom. I remember going back and forth between the room 2 or 3 times before finally entering the shower. Bedroom door swayed wide open, I remember. After I took my shower, I dried myself and left the bathroom. When I turned to enter my bedroom, I stopped. I saw the mail package right in the middle of that little square. It was right there, right in the middle, and I'm 100% sure it wasn't there before. Actually, it didn't even make sense that it would be there unless someone placed it, and I was completely alone. I feel like text doesn't make this situation justice. It appeared out of nowhere on a Saturday morning. Why I think it makes no sense that it had been there all the time. I asked my roommates if they had left my package in my room, and both said no. I was completely alone. I was sober and had slept already at my boyfriend's house. It was around 11 a.m., by the way. Remember the door swing? If it had been there the whole time, then it would have been pushed by the door when I first entered the bedroom. There was absolutely no way the door could open or close without touching it, and it was right in the center of the little square space. I tested it. It was not there before, I'm sure. I would have touched it when I entered and left the bedroom. It was around 20 by 20 centimeters. Plus, the space isn't big at all. I couldn't have missed it. I guess I have to say that I have never heard voices or hallucinated. I don't take medications, I don't have any diseases, and don't have a history of mental problems in my family. So yeah, I was dumbfounded for days. Even now, I still don't get it. It's almost as if it materialized right there. I immediately called my grandfather and told him about it, and he was weirded out too. Case file number 3400, written by Newto's Power 1369. There have to be rules. I was sitting at my desk at home, reading a book on my iPad. I use an Apple Pencil to highlight passages and take notes. For anyone unfamiliar, the Apple Pencil has a removable tip that can be replaced if it wears down. At some point, I decided to take a break. I attached the pencil to the side of the iPad, closed the case, and placed it on a small shelf directly in front of me. I then left my home office, talked with my wife in the kitchen for about 20 minutes, grabbed a snack, and came back to continue reading. When I opened the case, I immediately noticed something was wrong. The Apple Pencil tip was gone. At first, I assumed it had simply come loose and fallen off without me realizing it. That seemed reasonable enough. I searched the shelf, my desk surface, the floor under the desk, and anywhere nearby where it could have realistically have fallen. I looked carefully and repeatedly. Nothing. It was just gone. What made this especially odd is that the pencil had only moved from my hand to the shelf. There was no walking around, no carrying it through the house. Nothing like that. I was confused and honestly pretty frustrated. While searching, I remember something I had once read about people asking the simulation or universe to return lost items. To be clear, I am not someone who spends much time thinking about simulation theory. I understand the concept, mostly because I went down some Matrix-related rabbit holes years ago, but I'm not a firm believer in it. I do occasionally read posts when they show up in my feed, because the topic is interesting. So, while ordering replacement tips on Amazon, mostly as a way to move on from the annoyance, I jokingly said out loud something like, "Come on, universe, you cannot just make things disappear. There have to be rules." I was not serious. It was half sarcasm and half frustration. A couple hours later, I put my hand into my left pocket and felt something small. It was the missing Apple Pencil tip. I stood there speechless. It was a weird realization that it had found its way to my pocket. I do not put my Apple Pencil in my pocket, ever. I never have. The pencil itself never left the desk area, and the tip would have had to detach, travel with me, and end up in my pocket without me noticing. That makes no sense to me. I reattached the tip, canceled the Amazon order, and just sat there trying to process what had just happened. I am sure there must be a logical explanation. I have no idea what it is, but whatever the explanation may be, this experience left me genuinely curious. Worst case scenario, if you ever lose something in an impossible way, maybe try calling out the universe. You might just get it back. Yep, so I've heard of this too. The whole St. Anthony thing, you just ask the universe or St. Anthony to return your lost item. And I've tried. I've lost tennis balls. Pretty much just tennis balls, 2 of them. Universe, please, would you just return my tennis balls to me? St. Anthony? Could you? Imagine if they literally appeared above me and tennis balls just started dropping on camera. That'd be awesome, but yeah, no luck. Maybe one day. Case file number 3401, written by Peace Love Callie. A mother knows the sound. I'm a middle-aged mom with 2 adult sons. Neither lives with me, nor do I have a partner. I talk to and think about my sons all the time. I'd recently moved into a new house, and I hadn't met any of the neighbors. I was driving home from work one afternoon, and it was bright daylight. As I was a few blocks away from home, another car got in front of me. It looked just like my elder son's car, which is uncommon, and it was playing the same loud, booming music that he would be playing. I always say I can hear him coming a mile away. I knew it wasn't my son, but I thought it was kind of a neat coincidence. As I was behind the car for a few blocks, they turned everywhere that I turned. Finally, they turned into my street in front of me. And of course, I made the turn too. Then of all things, I watched them turn into a driveway at the house right across the street from my house. It kinda tickled me that this car was so much like what my son would be driving if he were coming over, with music playing as loudly as he would be playing it, and they would be my neighbor. They'd parked in the driveway next to another car in the driveway outside of a closed garage, and I heard the music turn off. As I was grabbing my things and getting myself out of my car, I thought this was an opportunity to meet a neighbor. I planned on walking over to them as I got out of the car just to say, "Hey, that's like my son's car. I live across the street, nice to meet you." I got out of my car after just a few seconds, and I looked over to where they parked, waiting for them to exit the car. After a couple of minutes, I realized nobody was getting out of the car. It was impossible they could have gotten into their house in the couple of seconds that I looked away, since the time I heard their music turn off. So, I slowly started walking toward their door. I wasn't trying to be creepy or anything. At this point, I was just kind of confused. As I got closer to the car in the driveway, I saw that this was a completely different car. I mean, it wasn't even close to my son's car. The one I had been following had been a green Volvo. There were only 2 black sports cars sitting in that driveway now. I looked to the houses next door, thinking I guess it's possible that I saw the wrong house when they turned. There was nothing even similar to a green Volvo outside of any house, and since a lot of the houses on the street are rentals, a lot of cars are parked here. All of the houses directly across from me each had 2 cars parked outside of closed garages, meaning no one could have just now parked inside a garage, then have another car park outside a said garage in the few seconds it took me to get out of my car, and no one was getting out of any of them. I knew I followed a car for several blocks, and I saw it turn into a driveway right across the street from me. But none of them was the car that I followed, and nobody ever got out of a car. So what did I see? I've never imagined seeing one of my son's cars before or since, so all I can say is, this was a weird experience. Oh yeah, it's been a couple years since then, and I've never seen a car like my son's anywhere on the street. Case file number 3402, written by Lolita Duciel, At the Ceiling of the World. I'm a skydiver, and I love jumping from air balloons. That day this happened, I climbed out of the basket and was hanging for 30 seconds to the side, waiting on the pilot's permission to jump, watching the balloon and the sky. Keep in mind that in these moments we are full of adrenaline, hyper-focused and very anxious. Obviously, we must be 100% sober to do this, no medication or drugs. As I was waiting, something happened during some seconds. Time stopped, and I clearly saw with my eyes a massive grid pattern in the sky. It was white and green, very bright, infinite, and felt like a ceiling. I was so confused. I remember my mind going blank, and I got this awful feeling of impending doom. People were not moving, and it was like we paused a movie. I disassociated from the moment. And then it's instantly gone. The feeling too. I'd say 3 seconds max. I jumped, it was very fun, and I didn't die. No grid pattern in the sky on camera, and I looked completely normal in the videos, like it didn't happen. But the vision was so strong, I was disturbed for weeks. I even told my therapist everything, and she looked at me like I was insane. She never heard of anything like that. I think the grid and people who are able to perceive it, they're seeing the fundamental architecture of reality. And by that I mean, I think that reality is split into clusters of servers, and what you're seeing isn't like the edge of the observable universe or anything like that. It's just, if you cross the grid, as you're seeing it, you'd move into a different cluster of servers that are responsible for that local geographic area. And I think this connects with the glitch where the sun blinks out of existence. It's just that local cluster, probably a small segment of it, failed and has to be replaced by a different server rack, or whatever they call them in the real world. Case file number 3403, written by 123 Complete Fail. The Lawyer's Secret Room. I had a best friend in high school who lived in this big, beautiful mansion. It had 5 bedrooms, a huge maze of a basement, a greenhouse, etc. Before her dad bought the place, a lawyer lived there who had been arrested for stealing lots of money and bad checks and the like. Dude was paranoid, apparently, because there were security systems all over the house and a secret room that you had to get to through a door in the closet. Anyway, he died and no one really ever found the money, according to the story that the real estate man told her family. Fast forward to me spending the night at her place. We were freshmen in high school and had just gotten home from homecoming. Her younger brother had his friend over, and they were both being immature, stealing our shoes and throwing footballs at us all night. She was sleeping in her bed, and I was sleeping on an air mattress, with my head next to a bookcase, holding all sorts of intricate glassware and pretty things that she liked to collect. It was probably about 4 a.m. when this happened. Out of nowhere, there was a huge crash next to my head. I freaked out, woke up immediately, because I thought maybe her brother had played a trick on us and threw something, shattering all the glassware. Importantly, everyone else in the house heard it too, including her parents sleeping downstairs. That's how loud it was. But when I turned around, expecting to see glass shards and broken toys everywhere, there was nothing to be found. In fact, her brother and his friend had been sound asleep as well. We investigated the whole house, and nothing was out of place. Ever since then, we've always been kind of scared of the place. I house-sitted for them once, by myself, and I was always aware of some sort of presence that felt like it was watching me. Sometimes I wonder, is that lawyer still looking for his money? Case file number 3404, written by Clementine Salad. Half the size of a grain of rice. 4 years ago, when I turned 21, my grandma took me to a jeweler. It has become a tradition for my grandma to take me to jewelry for big birthdays such as my 18th and 21st. On my 18th birthday, my sister and I received gold and diamond rings, which were purchased for us using money my great-grandma had left aside for us when she passed away in 2006. So on that day, for my 21st birthday, I chose the most beautiful gold ring with an emerald gemstone in the middle. It was gorgeous, and I was thrilled, and my grandma was happy too. The ring felt really special to me. I also, at that time, had a couple other rings from my grandma, all inherited from maternal family members. Well, fast forward a couple weeks later, and I've gone on a night out with some friends. At this time, I was at university and living away from home, so I was out a lot, and I remember my grandma telling me to be careful with the ring, which I brushed off. I'd been wearing rings for a while now with no incident. I was also young and naive. The next morning, I woke up deathly hungover, but got on with my day. It wasn't until a few hours later I noticed the beautiful green emerald gemstone was missing out of my ring, gone. I was absolutely devastated. I looked everywhere I could, trying to see if I could find it, but with no luck. It was also a rather small gemstone too, so being able to find it was highly unlikely. I think a few days had passed. I couldn't get myself up to work up the courage to tell my grandma the gemstone had gone missing. I just knew she'd be devastated and probably a bit angry too, so I just got on with my days as usual, which included tidying up my room, changing my bedding, vacuuming, etc. I was very good at keeping my room clean as a student, and having a really small room probably helped too. Then, this is when it gets weird. One evening, I'm sitting on my bed, FaceTiming with my boyfriend on my iPad, and just mindlessly chatting. As I'm talking to my partner, I reach out onto the bed in front of me, because I can see what was probably a piece of dust or some chocolate I'd been eating, but all of a sudden, I notice as I pick this thing up, that it is in fact the emerald gemstone I'd lost a few days previously, laying there on my bed on the bedding I'd just put on after cleaning my room from top to bottom. I was absolutely baffled. I genuinely could not believe it. How had this gemstone, which was literally half the size of a grain of rice, now on my bed on top of the bedding I'd just put on after cleaning my room from top to bottom? Impossible is the only fitting word. Case file number 3405, written by Epsi Mame. It never leaves the bathroom. My girlfriend lives with me in an apartment complex that's not too old. I think it was built in the 50s or 60s, so I wouldn't think of this as a haunted place or anything like that. For context, me and my girlfriend are not known for pulling pranks on each other. That's not something we do, and I know for a fact that none of us could keep a straight face if we actually were pulling a prank. My girlfriend has this scrubbed body butter that she smears on her body after showering. It's the size of a soap bar. It's oval, wrapped in paper, and put in a small metal box. 2 days ago, the scrubber was taken out of the box, out of the paper covering it, and was just laying on the bathroom sink. My girlfriend asked me if I took it out, but I don't ever touch the thing, so I said no. She said that she didn't take it out either. I just thought to myself that she had forgotten that she used it and just didn't put it away, and I didn't think more about it. This morning, the metal box containing the paper and the scrubber was in our bedroom. I don't know exactly where, because she pointed it out and brought it to the bathroom again. It's very weird, because she wouldn't even take it out of the bathroom in the first place. She only uses it in the bathroom and puts it away in the bathroom when she's done with it. She wouldn't take it anywhere else. She doesn't even take it with her to other places if we're traveling or showering at the gym, for example. It never goes out of the bathroom. With that said, last night, before bed, it was in the bathroom, so it moved overnight. The only thing I can think of as a reasonable explanation is if one of us sleepwalked last night. As a kid, I did walk in my sleep, but now I'm 25 and the last time I did sleepwalk, I was probably 9 or 10, so that is very unlikely. Case file number 3406, written by J&M RKTX. Warranted Wonders. First was a Christmas wreath container. You know, the red and clear Rubbermaid kind you can find at almost any box store around the holidays? We purchased one about 5 years ago, and around year 3 of ownership, the little clips and tabs that hold it closed snapped off. 2 of them did, in fact. We used tape to hold it together, and put our wreath in it after Christmas 2023. The same season we took advantage of post-holiday sales and purchased a second one, identical, at a discount, and put it in the attic along with the previous broken one that was already housing the wreath we took down. For whatever reason, we just didn't swap the wreath to the new one just yet. We just added the new one empty to the attic. Fast forward to the holiday season 2024. I go up to the attic to pull down the holiday decor and get to the empty and new wreath container and go ahead and pass it down to my wife. I then find the old and broken wreath container with the wreath in it and pass that one down as well. Then I hear my wife ask, "Wait, where did this one break again?" I came down the attic ladder to see what she was talking about and realized she was holding the wreath container with the wreath inside and all the clips and tabs perfectly intact. The container was mysteriously good as new, and the actual new one was obviously still good to go, not even put into use yet. To this day, we are both still dumbfounded about how this happened. We continue to use the old one and haven't started to use the new one yet because the old one still works and is fixed. The second time something like this happened was pretty recently, over the summer. I had purchased an Owala Free Sip tumbler, 40 ounce in black. After a few days of use, I noticed that the handle on it was coming loose. I didn't want to return a used tumbler to the store, so I decided to try out Owala's warranty claim and see how that went. I sent a short video of the handle wobbly on the tumbler, and they emailed back asking for a longer video that showed it loose. So, I had my wife video from the cell phone while I grabbed the tumbler by its handle and shook it pretty fast. You can clearly see the wobble in the video, and even hear it clicking with each change in direction. Otwala honored the warranty claim and sent a voucher for the amount spent on the cup to reorder another one. I was turned off by the quality, so I told my wife she could use a credit to order herself one if she wanted, which she did. I told her I'd just use that wobbly cup around the house, no big deal. About a week later, my wife randomly asked me, "Hey, how did you fix your handle?" "What do you mean? I didn't." "But I washed it today and it's fixed." I went to check the dish drying rack in the kitchen, and sure enough, the tumbler now has a perfectly tight and firm handle, zero wobble, nothing loose. There are no exposed screws to tighten, and no way to actually fix that as it is spot welded at the factory from what I understand. Once again, we are both perplexed as to how this happened, especially since this time we actually have a video of this cup broken. The only odd similarity is that all these items were purchased from our local Target. Not that this has anything to do with the end result, but it's interesting to me that the two items this happened to are products we purchased from the same store. Case file number 3407, written by Gaijin Sama, The Parka Phantom. I was about 17 or 18, over the course of a couple weeks. One day I found a 12-inch tall Eskimo doll in my bedroom. It was not ancient, but it was old looking. It had a real fur parka and was made from molded plastic. The paint job was almost perfect. Someone had taken care of this doll. There was nothing creepy about the doll's looks. It looked fairly normal. Thinking it was my younger sister's doll, she's 6 years younger than me, I put it in her room and forgot about it. The next day I found it in my room again, right inside my bedroom door. Like most teens, I keep my bedroom door closed, and the door was still closed when I found it. Still, I didn't get too freaked out. I assumed my sister was messing with me, or that it wasn't hers. So I put it in my brother's room. He's 8 years younger than me, and it wasn't abnormal for one of his toys to be an Eskimo doll. A day or two later, it was in my room again, and I knew someone was messing with me. So I took the doll and just chucked it into my sister's room, into a huge pile of toys where I assumed it would go unnoticed. A day or two after that, while alone in the house playing computer games in the entertainment room, I turned around to find the doll laying on the floor behind me. I went out into the house, but I was still alone. I took the doll and threw it in the trash. That night, when I went to bed, it was in my room again. By now I figured that someone was either really screwing with me, which seemed unlikely, or the doll was possessed and wasn't going to leave me alone, which was even more unlikely. Either way, I figured I'd defuse the situation by just leaving the damn doll in my room. I put it on the couch in my room and left it there, and it stayed there for a week or so. No big deal, nothing happened. One night I had a friend sleep over, and he was going to sleep on the couch in my room. When he came in, he took all the stuff on my couch and piled it into a corner so he could set up his crap. While I was going through the stuff on the floor to put it away, I noticed the doll was missing. I asked my friend where he'd put it, and he asked me, "What doll?" I scoured my room for that thing, but it was finally gone. I never saw it again. But I swear, for months I thought it was going to jump at my face every time I opened my sock drawer. Years later I asked my brother and sister about it, and they said they remembered the doll, but seemed genuinely surprised by my story. I honestly believe they had nothing to do with it. Case file number 3408, written by Statusink. The name starts with E. A few years back, I was at a friend's house messing around. There was a kid there who just got back from a meditation retreat of some sort. I had only met him once before and just assumed he was a weird spiritual hippie type. He was talking, saying something about his ghosts and spirit experiences. I was, and still am, a skeptic of these types of stories, so I asked him, "Why can you see them and not me?" He asked if I wanted to, and knowing ghosts aren't real, I said, "Sure." Completely serious, he waved smoke around me and said, "It might not be tonight or tomorrow, but in the near future, you'll have an experience." I know, I smelt the bullcrap too. No more than an hour later, after everyone had forgotten about it and the subject was completely changed, out of nowhere he said, "Did someone's grandma just die?" Mine had died about 2 weeks earlier, and I didn't tell any of the friends that were at the house. I told him mine did, to which very calmly he replied, "Well, she's with us now. Did her name start with E? Her name was Ella. And she's with an animal. It's black. She had a black poodle." I had seen these tricks before on TV with mediums and was still unimpressed. I said, "Okay, if you're talking to her or seeing her, what does the dog's name start with?" Without blinking, he said, "B." The dog's name was Bo. Still skeptical. The very next day, I had gone home from school and laid out on my couch in the living room with my dog. There was a stack of folded clothes on the table, blocking my view of the TV. I was a real jerk and didn't care that my mom had folded them that morning and just knocked the whole pile on the ground. I was a member of the local volunteer fire department, and sometime after, we got a call for a fire alarm. I rushed to the station, and before we even got a truck out, it was confirmed to be a false alarm. 15 minutes later, I got home and laid back on the couch. The clothes were perfectly folded back on the table. I called my mom, who was still at work, and asked if she happened to stop home. She said no. Being alone in my house and scared, I called for my dog and couldn't find him. He would always be waiting for anyone to come home at the front door and jump on us, and now he wasn't anywhere to be found. I searched the whole house and eventually found him in the corner of my unfinished basement, literally shaking in the corner like some Blair Witch crap. Oddly, I still don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, and just assume everything has a reasonable explanation. And reading other people's ghost stories, I think they are either made up or the person isn't seeing clearly. But with all that said, I really can't explain this, especially the fear in my dog. Case file number 3409, written by I Love My Hidden Self, The Midnight Tower. When my son was 2 years old, he loved to play with those giant Legos, Duplo, in the living room on our hardwood floor. They made a distinct sound when they fell on the floor as he played. One night, around 10 p.m., after he'd been asleep for a couple hours, my ex-husband and I had just turned off the lamp to go to sleep when we heard what sounded like my son playing with his Duplos on the hardwood floor right outside our closed door. We're both surprised at the nerve of this kid, thinking it was okay to be awake, let alone playing with his toys right outside our bedroom door. However, we're tired and don't want to deal with it, so my husband just says loudly, "Go to bed!" But the playing continues, as if his tower of Duplos just tumbled over. So my husband stands up and opens the door quickly and says, "I said, go to..." But there was nothing. Our bedroom was at the end of a long hallway, and we could see my son's closed bedroom door at the other end. We go into our son's room, and he's fast asleep. We search the house looking for I don't know what. Even opened cabinets hoping to find raccoons or something, but nothing. My ex was a very narrow-minded person concerning supernatural phenomena. He simply believed it didn't exist. We ended our search of the house in the attic, and with him staring into the distance, admitting there is no rational explanation for what we just heard. He never spoke of it afterwards, though. So, to me, the most baffling thing in reality is not glitches or paranormal stories, UFOs, all that. It's when something very odd happens to someone, and they become even more skeptical or simply shut down completely. Now, I try not to be too judgmental, and I have no judgment at all for people who are just skeptical. I mean, I kinda am too, at least, especially before I started narrating all these stories or reading them on my own. I didn't always believe as strongly as I do now in simulation theory and ghosts and all that. Now I do, but my point is, if something happens to you specifically, to be skeptical then, well, you can at least ask questions. It's more if you're just shut down entirely, or you completely dismiss you don't have any open mind at all towards things that we can't yet explain. It doesn't even mean it's magic or anything like that. It's just something we can't explain yet happened to you. You know, don't ignore that. Don't act like it didn't happen. You know what I mean? That just confuses me. But I guess I think it is a defense mechanism. Something you don't know you can't control might hurt you or change your life in a way you don't like, so people just shut down at that. Case file number 3410, written by SuddenClick6881. The architecture is visible. I've seen grids twice, unexpectedly. Once waiting in traffic for a long light to change. All of a sudden, the sky above the traffic light had grid lines. The lines extended as far as I could see. Lasted about 4 seconds. I tried to see if any other drivers acknowledged what had just occurred. None did that I could tell, but maybe they were trying to process what I saw. The light changed right after. The other time was at night. After the first experience, I started to pay attention to the sky as much as possible. One night, a rapid blinking red light drone was just going through the area. For about 1 to 2 seconds, I would see it shoot out a burst of energy that was white. That light quickly dimmed, but traveled along a faint green grid line. Then I would lose sight of the grid line and white burst, but after 10 seconds, it would do it again. My 15-year-old child was outside with me as we had our astro binoculars out. He saw it twice too. The second occasion happened about 5 to 6 times. tried to get pictures, but it just wouldn't pick up right. My kid, to this day, will still not deviate from what he saw. He doesn't know what to call it, but he definitely saw it. One last time, I'm not sure how to classify, so I want to leave this one separate. I was not alone, but the other person wasn't looking at the sky. We went up over the mountain to a dark sky park to watch the sky and get some great moon pictures. I just had my binoculars up, but my glasses off my face, as I had adjusted the binoculars to me with no glasses. I was just pulling them down when I saw 5 green lines flash across the sky. Looked like straight, green power lines. I quickly threw on my glasses on my other hand, and it was gone. But again, stretched far out. This time it was only horizontal lines. The first occasion was horizontal and vertical lines. The second occasion with the kid was horizontal only. In the end, they just didn't travel all the way up to the sky like I've seen before. Case file number 3411, written by Lutz Langer 96. Game Boy Red and Blue. When I was about 6 or 7, we moved to this house in Chino, and I remember my family and I were extremely happy because we were relatively poor and they lived in crappy apartments their entire lives. And this place had 3 bedrooms and a pool. It was heaven. Being the oldest, I got to pick and have my own room, and there was this room at the front of the house that obviously had a girl living in it before me. Pink flower curtains, pink dresser, white and pink canopy bed, etc. This was before my hot topic punk rock goth phase. Anyways, one night my 2 cousins came for a sleepover. I was 6 or 7, my cousins 9 and 6, and my little sister was 5. The mattress we ordered for my room hadn't arrived yet, so we slept on the floor at the front of the bed, between the bed and the window. We were talking and playing Pokemon on our Game Boy Colors, and I look over to my older cousin who was laying down on my right, and I see this red-covered hand reach up and out from the bottom of the bed, and I thought she was messing with me, so I was about to scream at her to cut it out, and I look down and see that both of her hands were on her Game Boy, and I screamed. I screamed so loud and so hard, I started hyperventilating and was frozen in my spot, almost vibrating in the air. Then my cousins and sisters turned to see what I was screaming at, and they shrieked and screamed and cried, and my older cousin picked me up and dragged me out of there. Our parents were drunk, barbecuing in the backyard, and didn't believe us. We slept in the living room. As the months went by, more weird things started happening, like things would go missing or randomly fall off the counter, and there were more than a couple occasions where I would be sitting and see a shape like my sister walking around in my peripherals, but when I look, no one's there, and she's either asleep or not even home. Eventually, my dad was the only one who believed me because he said spirits used to follow him around too when he grew up in Vietnam, and it broke my mom's heart, but we got the hell out of there after a year. Case file number 3412, written by The Mad Vet Barber. Held by the Air. I was in a house doing a private tattoo for a customer one night when we both heard some movement happening outside the door to the room we were in, and I made a comment about it being really late for his 4 and 9-year-old to be awake, moving around. This gave him pause, and he asked me to stop for a minute and got up and opened the door. He stared into the hallway with this look on his face for a minute or two, and then said, "Man, you gotta see this crap." For context, I slowly got up, took off my gloves, rested my machine on some paper towels, and made my way to the door. And then I had enough time to step away from the door and grab my flip phone. This was a while back, and saw a broom standing up in the doorway by itself. Not only that, but this thing was standing at almost an angle. I took a quick picture and moved to the door to see what the trick was that was causing this event to happen, but there was no one there and nothing holding this thing. I gently grabbed the broom from the air and felt like I was pulling it away from someone or some unseen thing, and that was it. Whatever it was, it gave it to me. So just a quick note on the broom thing. It is possible to balance because of how the bristles act when they come into contact with surfaces. You can balance a broom, basically just with the friction of the bristles on the floor, and it looks pretty cool, almost spooky. What's mysterious about the story is just who put it there. Wasn't the children, right? That would be weird. I guess it's possible, but that is a bigger mystery than how it was balanced. Yeah. It's a pretty neat trick you can do if you want to impress someone or scare them. Case file number 3413, written by Glittering Reach 1314. The Color of Memory. Many years ago, when I was really into baking, my dad bought me a stand mixer for my birthday. Recently, I went to my parents' place to ask my mom if I could take that stand mixer home, as I wanted to bake some cookies. I asked her, "Mom, do you remember the stand mixer Dad bought? Can I take it home?" She responded, "Oh, the red one? Sure, let me go grab it for you." We dug it out of the basement and brought the bin with the mixer and a blender upstairs. When we opened the bin, we suddenly realized the mixer was white, even though it was the same brand. We were so confused and didn't understand why it was suddenly white when the one my dad bought was red. I quickly ran upstairs and asked my dad, "Hey, Dad, do you remember that stand mixer you got me for my birthday back then? Do you remember what color it was?" He replied, "Yeah, it was date red, like dried red dates, translated from our language." I freaked out and got immense goosebumps, and my mom was there at the time, and I was like, "Mom, even Dad remembers it was red. How? What happened?" We were all so confused and freaked out and didn't understand how we all vividly remember the mixer to be red, but suddenly the one we put into the bin all those years ago turned white. I asked my mom if there was any possibility of it being a different one, and she says she's never seen a white one before, that we put the red one into the bin together to store away. Okay, so we have something very unique here, where normally when an object changes either shape or sizes or a different type of object entirely, instead of a blender, it'd be a mixer for bread or something. Or in this case, when it changes color, it usually signifies a quantum immortality event where you're in a different universe that is, well, very different, or even slightly different sometimes. But in this case, all three of you, your mom, and your dad remember it being white. So what does that mean? Is it a triple quantum immortality event where all three of you went to a different... It is conceivable. There are events that could lead to that kind of death, where people have homes that are not properly insulated. There's a gas leak or something. I've seen videos of that where entire homes just boom. It's crazy. So that is conceivable. Maybe something like that happened to you in a different universe and your whole family poured it over here. So if that's the case, welcome. Otherwise, I guess it's a switcheroo on the object itself. But DOP and reappearance, very rarely does it ever reappear as a different object. I mean, you can have objects reset in time, so they repair themselves that way. But to be a different object entirely, that's very rare. Almost seems more likely to be the quantum immortality event. Case file number 3414, written by Technical Bath 9108. The Landlord's Secret. About 6 years ago, my wife and I moved into a house, where we lived for about 3 years. When I first went to meet with the landlord and see the house, the landlord's son was present. While I was talking to the landlord, at one point, the kid asked his dad, "Are you going to tell him about the ghost?" The landlord reacted like you would if your kid just said something goofy and pointless. I laughed and the conversation moved on. At the time, my wife and I both had 50-50 custody arrangements with our exes. A few weeks after we moved in, I was walking through the downstairs part of the house and saw a kid walking by upstairs. It took a second for me to realize that we didn't have our children that week. I went upstairs and looked around, but nothing was there. I dismissed it, but over the next few weeks, I continued to catch glimpses of him, during weeks when we did or did not have our kids with us. Now, I don't have any particular beliefs about the supernatural or ghosts, but I know what I saw, even if I can't explain it. It was a kid, maybe a year or two younger than ours, but with brown skin and dark hair, like our children. Finally, I asked my wife if she had seen anything unusual since we moved in. She immediately responded, "Did you see a kid?" I said, "Yes," and we compared notes. We had both been catching glimpses of what seemed to be the same kid. One night we both saw him, again upstairs, and I ran up the stairs into the room that he had walked into. Nothing there. We said nothing to anyone else about this. Frankly, We weren't worried that people would think we're crazy, so much as that people would just think we're full of crap. After we had lived there for about a year or so, my stepson didn't want to come back to our house from his dad's week. He eventually came back, though. His dad, we all got along really well, told us the reason, but asked us to not let our son know that he had told us, because he had promised that he wouldn't. He had told his dad that he woke up in the middle of the night while at our house, and that there had been a boy that he didn't know standing over him. His dad had eventually convinced him that it was just a nightmare, and that our house was safe. My wife and I continued to see our ghost, but just didn't think too much about it. It never seemed threatening, just a passing glimpse of someone who shouldn't be there. We eventually moved. Haven't seen him at all since we moved. This house and neighborhood had been built in the early 2000s. Prior to that, the whole area had been the country. If there had been a house in that location before, it seems unlikely, it would not have been part of a neighborhood or development. Case file number 3415, written by Blue Moon Rambler, where the street view ends. There's a boulevard that's almost a direct route between my friend's place and mine, which are about 3 miles apart. I was driving this boulevard a lot in August because he was recovering from surgery and I visited a lot. There was a big, ugly, 2-story run-down house that I always saw when heading home, as it was very noticeable because the side facing the intersecting street was covered in Trump and Vance signs and had a giant Trump flag near the roof. At some point, while driving back and forth, I realized I hadn't seen this house in a while, or at least all the political signage. I asked my friend about it, and we took a drive along the boulevard, carefully looking for the house, as we didn't know exactly where it had been, but it simply wasn't there. There's a parcel of land that looks like a half lot with a picnic table on it next to a different house. It just doesn't look large enough for that big old house, though it's possible the house was indeed there and extremely close to the next one, and then got torn down. I went to Google Maps Street View to look for the place. Google had updated it in August, and I thought, aha, it will be there. But the joke was on me, because Google quit filming at 10th Street. This house would have been on the corner of 9th or 8th. Quite a coincidence they stopped there, although I know that's how Street View goes sometimes. So this is one of those gray area glitches where it could lean either way. Is it theoretically possible that this house was simply demolished in the brief period of time between you passing it one day and another? I'm not sure exactly from the story how much time from your last sight of it towards when you saw it as nothing but an empty lot with a picnic table. Now, if it was weeks, pretty believable. If it was a day or two, that's when it begins to stretch credulity. But even though it's not a clear-cut glitch, I actually prefer these because you just don't know. It makes you question things. And if it's obviously a glitch, I mean, that's still fun, of course, but sometimes I just like to try to piece it together. It's almost like a puzzle, right? It's pretty fun. Case file number 3416, written by Scranton Bow Body, the second bar. I, 29 female, woke up this morning to my towel rack looking totally different. I walked into the bathroom ready to take a shower. My towel rack immediately caught my attention because there were 3 towels on it. 2 towels were on the back and 1 towel was on the front bar? The issue, our towel rack has always been just 1 bar. We usually only have 2 towels on the rack, but there have been occasions where I've needed to hang up 3. There's not enough room to hang all 3 comfortably on 1 bar, so I've always just smushed them together on a single bar. There's never been a 2-bar towel rack to easily allow for 3 towels to fit. This was extremely jarring to me, because I also had trouble hanging up my towel after my shower was done. I'm not used to tucking the towel between 2 bars, so it felt totally different and wrong. I even called my husband at work to ask what was going on. I asked if he changed it out or was pulling a prank on me, and he was adamant that it's always been that way. I asked how we normally hang our towels, and he told me we normally hang them over both bars. I tried that, and it still felt and looked off. At this point, I'm on the verge of a panic attack. How could our towel rack change entirely overnight? We've been in our house for 4 years, and I've used that towel rack daily. Okay, if you tell someone that you had a panic attack over a second bar in your bathroom to hang clothes on or a towel, I don't think most people would really understand the implications of why that would be the case. Anything can drive someone a bit loopy if it's in the proper context. And in this case, yeah, a reappearing bar. It's not like I have one bar in my bathroom. If tomorrow I have two, something's messed up. Or I'm just in a new universe, which is most likely what happened for you. Could be a simple case of quantum mortality from slipping in the bathroom. Bang your head and it's over. Lights out. Human body, man. Fragile as ever. Case file number 3417, written by Angry Mimi. The anniversary reappearance. One morning, 10 years ago, I was driving my normal route to work when I decided to stop at a 7-Eleven to grab something to eat. That day, I put on an emerald and diamond pendant my husband gave me for our anniversary. Around noon, I stopped into the ladies' room before going to lunch, and when I went to wash my hands, I noticed my entire necklace was gone. I panicked and looked inside my clothes, walked back to my desk while scanning the floors, then all around my desk and my purse and my tote bag. I then retraced my steps to my car, searched all around the car and in the car. I was so sad and dreaded having to tell my husband that somehow I had lost my beautiful pendant and the chain too. 2 days later, on the way to work, I stopped at the same 7-Eleven. Let me also say that I was not in the habit of stopping at that particular store. When I came back out to get in my car, I looked down and there was my necklace. It was in perfect condition, no scrapes or smashed links in the chain. Not to mention all the diamonds and emeralds were still in the setting. How or why the necklace disappeared and then reappeared 2 days later in a parking lot that hundreds of people visit each day. Surely someone would have picked it up, but didn't. I never stopped at that store again. I think I used up all my luck in one shot. Case file number 3418, written by Spark Fade. Running from the rinse. Back when I was 15, a friend of mine was having a local youth group. One year, right after Thanksgiving, they were having a big group sleepover that was being held in the auditorium of a school that at one point in time was a church. I wasn't a part of this youth group, but my friend invited me to go with her, and thinking it would be fun, I decided to go. Now, this was an incredibly old building, and the bathrooms were located in the very dimly lit basement. Around 2 a.m. or so, we both had to use the facilities and walked down together to the basement. Alone in the bathroom, where the only real source of light came from a single bulb in the ceiling. I was more than just a little freaked out, but I managed to finish my business without a problem, then met my friend at the bottom of the stairs. As we reached the first landing, we heard the sink in one of the bathrooms turn on. We had both been in the bathrooms alone, and there was no other way to get downstairs other than the staircase we were currently on. Needless to say, we both booked it upstairs as quickly as possible, and didn't sleep at all that night. Case file number 3419, written by Crazy Thread Stuff. Excuse me? My friend and I moved to Dallas a few years back, and strange things happened from the start. The first night, my change jar tipped over on a box, and I woke up to the change falling on the ground. The odd thing was the jar was empty, but it was tilted on its side, not upside down. The next morning, I woke up to someone tugging on my pillow, but nothing was there. My girlfriend was sound asleep. Third night, I opened my eyes and see what is best described as a huge silver sphere hovering in my doorway. My girlfriend was too afraid to look, and it just faded away. Fast forward a bit, and more weird occurrences started again. My girlfriend's whole demeanor changes, and she always feels sick. I've had cans of soda slide across a desk and slam into my monitor. Even guests have seen things slide or move. One day, we went into the kitchen to find a salad bowl spinning on the counter. My girlfriend also had felt something breathing on her neck in the kitchen. For a few years, a constant scratching would occur at the front door. I would open it up and nothing was there. Once I closed it, the scratching started again. It's just a strange apartment. Also, at Christmas time, we have cute stuffed snowmen that sit in my entertainment center. Well, one year, they kept moving into the direction of the door. I almost forgot the most freaky thing, though. I wake up to pee, and it gets really cold in the bathroom. I hear an old lady's voice say, "Excuse me," in my ear. I ran into my room like a scared child. Case file number 3420, written by Zebra Borgata. The graphics of 1993. Way back in 1993, in my early 20s, I designed a logo and graphics for a goofy movie-themed t-shirt on my Apple Mac. Getting a design printed on a shirt nicely back then was a pain in the butt and a little pricey. I knew my brother and a close friend would get a kick out of the shirt, so I paid to have 4 made. 1 for my brother, 1 for my best friend, and 2 for me. I wanted an extra for myself in case of accidental shrinkage or if maybe the shirt faded quickly when laundered, etc. I needed a backup spare shirt. I had the shirts made in March 1993 and gave them to my friend and brother. Fast forward to 2025. I still have my silly custom shirts and sparingly wear them because I want to keep them from fading. Over the years I've worn them a lot though. A few months ago, I was doing the semi-regular exercise of tossing out old worn-out clothes or putting them in a donation pile. Well, during this last rearranging or cleaning, I realize I now own 3 of those custom shirts I made. I am 99.999% sure for the last 30 years I've only had 2. Plus I know how many I paid for to have made. 4. The only possibility I thought was maybe my brother gave me back his. I texted him and said, "Hey, do you remember that movie t-shirt I custom made all those years ago? Do you still have it?" I was hoping he'd say no, but instead he said yes. He'd kept it and still has it for laughs. Well, that kills my only theory. How is it that I'm positive I had 4 shirts made, have had the same 2 for the last 30 years, but now I suddenly own 3? It's weird, I can't explain it. All my shirts always go in the same few drawers in the bedroom as well. I just pulled out 3 of the same shirt. What the hell? Case file number 3421, written by I'll Try to my FB. Persistence at the door. So I was 12 and hanging out with my friends. Let's call them Sid and Ali. And we were listening to music in Sid's basement and were alone in her house at the time. We're girls and we're young, so we were vicious. We were talking crap about a girl named Shay. She was our other bestie. We didn't invite her to join us in our bitch fest. Then someone knocked at her door upstairs. We all shut up and started giggling, turned off the music and listened. It was Shay. She was looking for us. We listened and got kind of annoyed when we noticed how persistently she was rapping at the door. She'd been knocking for a good 4 or 5 minutes. Without us knowing, Allie had texted Shay asking her where she was. All of a sudden, she slaps me hard in the back, and we both look around to see her gaunt face. Shay was at home. I know that you guys are thinking she could just be saying that, but the knocking persisted throughout the whole messaging process. Then the knocking stopped. We stopped breathing, just listened. I had tears in my eyes, and so did the rest of the girls. Then, whoever they were, tried the fricking doorknob. We almost broke down right there. Thank freaking God I have a habit of locking doors when I'm home alone. Since we were downstairs and the basement protruded a bit underneath the house, we heard every crunch of gravel as they headed towards the back door that we didn't fricking lock. But for some reason, they left. They didn't try the back door. I don't know why. I'm happy they did. We crept up the stairs after a bit and checked the windows. No one. So being us, we locked the back door, grabbed a kitchen knife, and retreated to her room to wait for Sid's parents to get home. They moved recently, to the country, far from a lot of people. Hell will freeze over before I stay at her house with her alone. Case file number 3422, written by Slay Wim. The FOMO Paradox. It was late afternoon, and I was at the pier with my niece. From a distance, I could see some children playing along the seashore, and there were women sitting nearby whom I thought were my neighbor and friends, including my best friend with their children. When I got home, I scrolled through my Facebook feed and came across a post from my best friend showing photos of her child playing there with neighbors' kids. I looked through the pictures one by one and noticed that one of my other friends, who's also our neighbor, had reacted to the photos when her child was included. So I thought, okay, it really was them that I saw from afar, and I ended up getting fear of missing out. So later that evening, I messaged my best friend and suggested we hang out at the seashore in the late afternoon. The next day, I said they could go ahead as I was still doing something at home, and since our houses aren't close to each other, and they were nearer to the seashore. When I got there, she was with her 2 children and some neighbors' kids. I also ran into the same friend I thought she was with the other day, who was already on her way home with her child. That night when I got home, I scrolled through Facebook again and saw that she had posted photos of her 2 children with the other kids they were playing with there. At first I thought it was just showing up again in my feed, but I was shocked to see that it said it was posted 14 minutes ago. I was extremely surprised because I clearly remembered seeing that post the day before and carefully looking at each photo. I even remembered that another friend had reacted to the pictures where her child was included, and what I really remember the most from the photo she posted was her child wearing the beach dress, and when I looked at the recent post, it was exactly the same. Everything matched perfectly. I got really confused at that point. I checked her Facebook wall to see if she had posted any photos the day before, but when I looked, there was nothing there. Only shared posts from other pages weeks ago from her recent post. And what's really shocking to me is when I told her about it, she said she hadn't gone down to the seashore the day before. She said the only time she went there was when I invited her. That was the first and only time. I told my boyfriend about this and he said he believes me, but he wished I didn't tell anyone else because they might think I'm crazy. So is this a case of a time loop, where you simply saw what was going to happen, most likely again? Or it could even be an alternate universe where something that is likely to happen in one simply happens at a later date, 1 day later. But that's less likely because it sounds like everything was basically exactly the same. I don't think it would be, if it's a day delayed, it would still have some differences in the actual event happening, going to the beach. So I think it is a time loop, perhaps a space-time portal. It has to be more than just that, because you didn't just see the event at the beach, you saw the pictures on Facebook. That is the most tremendous part of this glitch. Even seeing people react to it, but simply wasn't there before. Now, okay, could you say this was some elaborate prank, and your friend simply deleted the post from the other day? Re-establishing it then? Could be. But where's the payoff? Does anyone do that? Where they prank someone just to mess with their mind, which I completely appreciate and admire even, but they never reveal it. To me, that's missing half it's like cooking a meal without eating it, right? That doesn't make any sense. Where's the payoff? You gotta eat the food for it to actually have any value. I don't know. That's my perspective on pranks anyways. Case file number 3423. Written by Andrew DX, A Breath in the Dark. Around a year ago, I was back from university over the Easter break to visit my folks. Having fallen asleep at around 2, I slept like a baby for the next couple of hours. When I woke up, I found myself at the opposite side of the bed to my bedside table where my alarm clock was. Not knowing what time it was, I decided to roll over and check my alarm clock. In retrospect, I woke up in pretty much pitch darkness and looking at my clock was not necessary, but I digress. As I rolled over, I saw a figure standing at the side of my bed. I could not determine whether or not it was male or female in the process, but it was damn sure a human. Suffice to say, it was probably the single scariest thing I've ever seen. I quickly shut my eyes because I thought, perhaps, he would just think I was adjusting my position, when in reality, I was nearly peeing myself. I closed my eyes tightly and gripped onto my duvet for dear life. After around 5 minutes of this, I mustered up the bravery to open my eyes to see if he was still there, or if he was merely a figment of my dreary-eyed imagination. But he was still standing there, breathing slowly. It was at this moment I genuinely feared for my life. After another 5 minutes of duvet clinging and sweating like Pavarotti in a cake shop, I opened my eyes once more. The figure had left the side of my bed. Thinking that the worst was over and I had previously been in some weird sleep paralysis or lucid dream state, I reconfigured my sleeping position. In doing so, I realized that the figure had not left my room and was instead lying on his back just in front of the foot of my bed. I decided at this point that there was a real threat to my safety and that it was time to take some form of action. My first thought was to jump out of bed and attack the figure. I then reasoned with myself that if this thing could break and enter into our home without waking me or anyone else for that matter, he would probably have no trouble in putting some fat kid on his back in a hurry. I then decided my best plan of action would be to run out of my room, scream Bloody Mary, and hopefully wake up the rest of my family and startle the thing in the process. I am hefty, but that night I would have beaten Usain Bolt. I darted across my room, flipped the light switch, and to my untold relief, the figure had vanished. I slept in my parents' room that night, I'm not ashamed to say. I still have no explanation as to who was standing at the side of my bed, and since then I have not slept anywhere near as I did up to that point. I now wake up out of breath, in cold sweats, and have strange bouts of sleep paralysis and vivid dreams where I can hear people in my room and feel myself being grabbed and restrained. I tried to convince myself it was my sister sleepwalking, but there was no way that figure was a 14-year-old girl. Truly the most terrifying experience of my life. Case file number 3424, written by Gullex. Till physics do us part. I was laying in bed about 10 p.m., resting a sore shoulder and reading. My wife walks into the room, staring at me. I asked her what was up, and she took a moment before she could muster, "Come to the kitchen with me." A minute prior, she'd been standing in front of the microwave, arms crossed and quite still, heating up a warm pack for me. Suddenly she heard a ting, blink, glass and metal sound to her immediate left. She turned to see what it was and found her wedding ring sitting on the countertop. Her wedding ring that she rarely, if ever, takes off, and certainly did not take off at any point that day. I asked for the ring and tossed it against a glass bottle and metal thermos sitting on the countertop. Ting, blink. She shouted, "Yes, that was exactly the sound I heard." I have no idea what to make of this. I'm not proposing ghosts or any supernatural explanation, but I'm at a complete loss of where to even begin figuring out what happened here. My wife does not make crap up like this. She does not drink or use drugs, and has no mental health history. She was absolutely certain she did not take off her ring at any point that day, and even remembered admiring it on her finger earlier that afternoon. I mean, even if someone says ghosts, okay, how the hell did the ghost teleport the ring off the finger? And if somehow she did actually take it off and forget, what the hell was the sound? Case file number 3425, written by F. Goose. Hawaiian with a side of fear. I was at a buddy's house having a Digimon marathon, if I remember correctly. Anyway, we get to about 7 in hunger, and he starts going on and on about how good the new Domino's pizza is, and he's got me watering my mouth. So we order 2 large Hawaiian-style pizzas, and we wait. About 45 minutes later, it's like 10:45 p.m., and now I'm at about 9 at this point in hunger, and the delivery guy gives us a call and tells us he's out front. I stumble down the steps and throw open the door, and standing there with our pizza on the front steps is the most prison-looking individual I have ever seen, driving what was clearly a van with a Domino sign on the top. He was an enormous man, wearing a domino snapback with sweat stains clearly visible even in the night darkness. His brow was pronounced and sloping, his teeth rotted and stained by cigarettes. The vehicle was a crap brown early 90s celebrity with a window that was less a window and more of a trash bag duct taped to the passenger side of the car. I cautiously approached the gentleman in the hopes of making this a quick transaction. I take the pizzas away from him and hand them to my friend at the top of the steps. My heart sank a little when I realized I had paid with my card and now I needed to awkwardly sign the receipt and deal with this delivery guy for longer than I wanted to. Anyway, as I'm signing the receipt, this motherfricker sniffs my hair as loud and as audibly as I have ever heard anyone sniff hair before. I shot my head up and made eye contact with this dude, his eyes yellow and wide as the full moon at night. His breath stinking of menthol and cigarettes and day-old cheesy bread. He looked back at me and said, "Damn, you smell good. What's that scent you got on?" He said this while flaring his nostrils like a crazed and hungry jungle cat getting ready to pounce on an unsuspecting antelope. We just sat there and stared at each other for what was only about a millisecond, but what felt like 10 minutes. I took a step back, threw my hands in the air, and shouted, "Whoa, buddy." Took another step backwards into the house, and as I was shutting the door, I looked at him and said, "It's Head and Shoulders, man." I left him with a $2 tip. Okay, so this is just a creepy story, but what I love so much about it is the ending where you still decide to tip the person, the creepo, you could say. You still tipped him $2. Like, you should tip him -$2, not tip. For some reason, that just, I was laughing internally at that last line there. Still tipped him, okay. How much if he didn't sniff your hair? I don't know, but I don't think he deserved a tip. It's just, I don't know why I find that so funny. Case file number 3426, written by B-Mill, Coal Dust and Cold Air. A little background. My hometown was a coal mining town in the late 1800s and early 1900s. My grandparents built the house in the 1960s. My mom and my uncles grew up there, as well as me and my sister. I spend most of my time in the basement, simply because it's a more open area, so I'm either down there on my computer or hanging out with my friends. The basement has a creepy feel to it. Something just feels weird about being down there late at night. I've had 2 cats. The first would sit at the front of the stairs, stare down the hallway, and hiss at nothing, and then move her head as if she was watching somebody get closer and closer. My second cat would just stare down the hall, hiss, then run and hide. We've always heard strange, inexplicable noises, usually somebody calling out one of our names. Every now and then, there would be a rush of cold air, but no open doors or windows, or one room would be unreasonably cold while the rest of the basement was fine. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. According to my mom, when my sister and I were young, we used to go play with the girl in the basement. There were no other people living there. Years later, I invited a friend over to play some N64. As we were getting ready to play, a cold rush of air went through the basement and something pushed him flat on his butt. He goes white and we both sprint upstairs. When I was a freshman in high school, I woke up in the middle of the night not being able to breathe, and there was a definite weight on my chest. I woke up gasping for air and find a glowing figure of a small girl kneeling on my chest. All she said was, "Hello," and then she disappeared. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When I told my family, my sister and I had the exact same description of the little girl. One of my uncles is simply fascinated with the basement and has always claimed the house is haunted, but the basement is the only place that anything will manifest. We were talking about the basement at a family dinner one time, and he, my sister, and myself were all able to come up with the exact same description of each apparition. We theorized due to the town's history that this had something to do with the coal mines. Recently, the town undertook a project to redo a portion of road, This portion of road also has the last remaining coal mine entrance on it, preserved as a historical site. Due to safety concerns, they demolished the coal mine entrance. Case file number 3427, written by The Nameless 17, Lost to the Air. I was supposed to go abroad for a summer job. Slovakia being a part of the European Union, all I had to do to get my health insurance covered was to file an application for a special European health insurance ID card. On the day it was delivered to me, by post, something rather weird happened. I opened up the envelope to find a freshly issued health insurance ID card. I took it out to check if everything was alright. Then I went to sit in an armchair in the living room to watch a game of ice hockey. The World Championship was on. As I was glancing at my screen, I was also tossing the card in the air and catching it with my hands. This had repeated a couple times before the card disappeared into thin air. It simply didn't land back into my hands, and I was hardly throwing it any higher than 1 meter above my head. I searched for it everywhere for a few hours, only to come to terms with the fact that it was lost for good, and I had to file for a new one. What is even creepier is that my parents painted the living room that particular summer while I was in England, so that all furniture was removed from the room. But they never found the ID card either, even then. Case file number 3428, written by Trixie Torpedoes. Nothing but the truth. I grew up in a big old house that was built in 1919. When I was 10, I woke up with a nasty cold. My mom was on the board of some foundation, and they were having their big annual meeting that day. I was clearly too sick to go to school, and she couldn't miss this meeting. So she called relatives. Nobody could come watch me. So after long deliberations, she decided to leave me home alone with a list of telephone numbers to call if anything happened. She left. I flipped on the TV and invited our 8-year-old basset hound, Cecil, up on the couch to watch with me. Now, unless there was a dog in heat nearby, or someone was grilling steaks, Cecil could give a crap. Well, Cecil was sound asleep, laying next to me, and suddenly, his head shoots straight up. He shoots off the couch and runs to the base of the stairs. The hair on his back was up, and he was clearly agitated. I didn't hear anything. Then, Cecil did something he'd never done before. He bolted up the stairs. He had never even been upstairs. He was far too lazy. My parents' room was at the top of the staircase. It used to be a library, so it has its own foyer and double doors. I went halfway up the stairs and could see Cecil barking madly at something in the room. He was going ape crap. Barking, then turning away and cowering, then barking like I had never heard him before. I was scared crapless. While I was standing there frozen, I heard laughter coming from the room. Like a creepy old man cackling. Like someone was laughing at this fat 8-year-old basset going nuts. I ran to the phone and called the cops. My mom had written the number down. I called and told the operator what was going on, and she could hear Cecil in the back, going nuts still. She had me stay on the line with her, and a short time later, 2 cruisers pulled up the driveway, 4 policemen. I ran and opened up the front door and let them in. They told me to go into the dining room and stay there. Cecil was still barking madly. They walked halfway up the stairs and pretty much sized up the situation the same way I had. Guns and batons drawn. They yelled for whoever was in there to come out with their hands up. I know, pretty cliché. Then crap got even weirder. Cecil would have normally started barking at the cops. Instead, he ran out of the room and stood up at the top of the stairs howling. Not barking anymore, but this blood-curdling wail, and running in circles like he was possessed. At this point, another cruiser pulled up. 1 cop stayed downstairs, and 3 stormed the bedroom. They were there for about 5 minutes. I fully expected them to come out with some creepy old man in handcuffs. They came out empty-handed. Now, there were 6 cops in the house, and Cecil could have cared less. 1 cop was with me, asking questions, while the other 5 searched the house. Then my mom came pulling down the driveway. Seeing 3 police cars in the driveway, she flipped out and burst through the door to see if I was alright. They searched the house for over an hour and came up with nothing. They told my mom what the situation was when they arrived, and told her they thought for sure there was indeed someone else in the house. Then I overheard my mom say something I really wish I didn't. It was probably those stupid ghosts again. She went on to explain that it wasn't the first time this has happened during the day, and sometimes she heard the creepy laughter and Cecil would go bat crap at the basement stairs too. The cops left finally, and my mom told me that this was her biggest fear of leaving me alone, but also added that ghosts never hurt anybody, just scared the crap out of them. 5 years later, I got picked up for curfew violation, and the cop that detained us was one of the ones at my house that day. I asked him if he remembered, and he said, "Yeah, I remember. That was weird. Weird house. Haunted or something." Case file number 3429, written by Jerry Bryant. The Ghost of a Memory. 4 years ago, I was driving from a job site late one night. It was a 2.5-hour drive back to the shop. I vividly remember being pulled over, a deputy walking up to my window, and then waking up briefly, looking down, seeing them cut my pants off, and looking at my left arm, and it was completely missing, with a tourniquet on. I even remember the intense pain of the tourniquet being torqued down so tight on my upper arm. Next thing I know, I come to the ICU, and my brother and my father are sitting there. I try to speak, but I have a tube down my throat, and immediately look at my arm, thinking it's gone. But nope, it's there. I move my hands, trying to make sense of what happened, and nothing makes any sense. Supposedly, the events of the night transpired like this. According to the police report, I was driving on an old highway where the speed limit was 65 miles per hour. It was around some old mines, taking back roads home, so there were no streetlights or anything like that. I supposedly was traveling 65 to 70 miles per hour, and a drunk driver had passed out and left his truck sitting in the middle of the road with no lights on. I hit him head on, going 65 or 70, then airlifted and intubated. I don't know what happened to him, but I walked away with a broken collarbone, tailbone, and 2 ribs, along with the nasty bruise from the seatbelt. The work truck was completely annihilated, but nothing happened to my arm. So here's where it gets weird. I have this ultra-vivid recollection of being pulled over by a cop, flashing lights, rolling my window down, and then waking up briefly in a helicopter and seeing my arm gone, and feeling excruciating pain from the tourniquet. And then I woke up, and supposedly was never pulled over by any deputies in the area, and didn't lose my arm. I know the brain is a funny thing, and I know we can essentially completely block things out, but to fabricate an experience like getting pulled over and losing an arm? The events of that night are still very strange to me. Given how bad the wreck was, I realistically should be dead. Did I jump timelines? Hop to a different parallel universe? Completely lose my mind and make up something that didn't happen? The only problem is, of everything I remember that night, seeing my arm missing and the intense pain from the tourniquet and the cop are the only things I vividly remember. Everything else is completely erased from my memory. In fact, the only thing I remember before the accident and the cop was pulling out at the job site. From the moment I pulled out until the moment I woke up in the hospital, it's pretty much all gone. Is this a glitch? Or is my brain acting funny as a result of trauma? So the brain is capable of creating false memories in order to protect yourself from trauma. However, I've never heard of a false memory being worse than the real thing. So if this isn't quantum immortality, nothing happened, you just survived, and your brain concocted a worse memory than the original where you didn't lose your arm? That would be odd. That's not impossible, but it would be a weird choice by your brain if that's the case. So I'm going to go with quantum immortality because of that. And it's one of those cases where you do remember basically the fragments of your death. The moments that, if you lose your arm, you can survive that, but that's a lot of blood loss. That's a lot of trauma. You can absolutely die from that. So, is that what happened? That'd be my bet. Case file number 3430, written by Sephiroth 912. I open at the close. When I was little, I used to go to an after-school program after my classes were over. One day, I was reading a book, and the next thing I remember, I was on the ground flat and completely broke down in tears. The people running the thing come over and ask what's wrong, and I tell them that my grandfather just died. The whole time up until my dad came to get me, I was a wreck, hysterical even, to the point that they couldn't calm me down at all. When my dad did come to get me, they told him why I was crying. It turned out that my grandfather died earlier that day, but nobody had told me. Hell, nobody that knew could have gotten a hold of me, short of coming and actually picking me up. I'm not religious, but damn if that whole ordeal doesn't keep me up late at night sometimes. I like to think that we're connected to people we love. You know, you have that quantum entanglement factor where you can't use it to transmit information, but it is a real process and something that bothered Einstein so much because at the fundamental layer of reality, particles can become connected. You have one particle here and it has to know because there's no hidden variables when the other particle collapses, and it has to be the opposite of it. If we're talking in perfect degrees, symmetrical. In short, all that means is that they are connected. We can't know what it'll be beforehand before we measure it, so there's no way to transmit information faster than light. But they are still intrinsically connected. Now, there's many theories on how that's possible. The many worlds interpretation is probably my favorite. It aligns pretty well with the quantum immortality, parallel universes, and all that. Simply put, that everything that can happen does happen, so it's not really a mystery. You don't need hidden variables because of that. But there's plenty of other, I don't want to go on a tangent on physics today. I just think it's cool that there is a process of connecting particles that we can't fully explain. We have theories, but we can't definitively know. So why couldn't that happen, even at the macro scale, between people that maybe it's love, maybe it's just people that we think about a lot? If something happens to them, it's almost like their wave state collapses and then you just know. You can't really act on that information. It's just something you feel. It's just a feeling. And sometimes in this case, if it's a negative feeling, it can be completely overwhelming. I've never personally experienced this. My grandmother passed away a couple years ago and I didn't feel anything when it happened. I didn't know the exact moment, like in this case. But you still get a kind of like a blanket wave of depression. Depression might be too strong a word for my case, but you get a sense that something's closing in. But I guess that could just be from the information that someone is ill, so it could happen at any moment. It's not quite like this, but still. And maybe it does depend on a specific mind. I think the younger you are, the more open your mind is to new calibration pathways. The older you get, the more reinforced and set in stone they are. Not completely set in stone, but, harder to form new ones. Case file number 3431, written by the Magnificent One. The Impossible Bookmark. I sat my book down in the middle of the room while I went to see what my mom was calling me for. She just had a quick question, so I was back in my room in less than a minute, and the book was gone. I was completely stunned because there was zero possibility that anyone could have taken it. I ended up locking my bedroom door and searching the entire room carefully for like 45 minutes, even literally getting down on my hands and knees and crawling over the exact spot on the floor where the book should have been, several times, just to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. Even if I was somehow completely overlooking the book, I'd at least feel it when I crawled on it, right? But nothing there, just the carpet. I finally ran out of places to search and glanced back at the empty place on the floor. And the fricking book was there. I was so freaked out. Literally, the chills were crazy. And I was so scared because it's the only time I ever saw firsthand definitive proof that there are things that happen in this world that don't follow the rules as we know them. Things shouldn't vanish and reappear under their own power, but that book did. I thought if that could happen, then maybe anything could happen. Demons could come walking through the walls, and parallel universes could collide. Animals could start talking like people, or aliens could show up and take over the planet. I wondered if I was going crazy, but nothing else happened. The book just sat there, innocently looking like a normal book, in exactly the same position I left it in, open to the same page. Never had another vanishing or reappearing object episode. That was about 25 years ago. I still have the book, and it looks brand new because I don't really like to touch things. I'm a very skeptical atheist who doesn't believe in mystical stuff, and I'm sure there must be some kind of science-based explanation, but that's not any kind of science we know about currently. So just a quick note on this story, just the end point to end sentence, you say that it's science that we don't know yet, and that's what I think it is. I don't really believe in magic. I believe in things we can't yet fully explain with the scientific method, but there is an explanation. What is the difference between magic and science? It's just, can you explain it? Can you reproduce it? It's like electricity. If you had no concept of electricity, and you were a fictional writer, and you tried to incorporate electricity into a fiction novel, again with no prior understanding of it, it would just seem like magic in many ways, but has defined rules. So as long as those rules are defined and can be described and reproduced, I don't think it's magic, I just think it's cool. Case file number 3432, written by Chicken Nugget 000. Materialized in blue. When I was around 17, I was getting ready to go out to meet a friend for coffee. I grabbed my makeup bag to do my makeup and tried to find my beauty blender. I had a set of 3 blue beauty blenders. 2 of them had already gone missing, which was weird because I kept them all in the same makeup bag and never took it anywhere. I was sure I still had one left. When I opened up the bag, it wasn't there. I searched over and over, but it was just gone. I was really annoyed. I had a younger cousin who lived next door and came over almost every day, and I started thinking she might have taken it. I went into my sister's room with my makeup bag. My mom was there too, and I started venting about my cousin, saying she keeps stealing my stuff and being annoying. They told me to calm down and help me look for it, but it wasn't anywhere. Eventually I gave up, sat on the floor, and started doing my makeup anyway. I was using a small, compact mirror. When I looked down to grab a brush, there was a blue beauty blender sitting right in front of me. I knew for a fact it hadn't been there before. I just stared at it, completely confused. Then, right in front of my eyes, another one appeared. Before I could even react, a third one appeared. Literally right in front of my eyes. I still don't exactly understand how to explain it. It wasn't like I suddenly noticed them. I actually saw them appear, like they materialized out of thin air really fast. My mom and sister saw it too. They didn't see the exact moment the way I did, but they saw them appear there out of nowhere. All 3 of us were shocked. None of us could believe what we were seeing. It felt completely unreal. Case file number 3433, written by Embarrassed Process 86. The Scent of Copper and Ice. Context. I'm not in the US, so if anything sounds odd, it's probably due to that. I go to a night school. I'm 19, used to work and study in nursing and caretaking, ages 15 to 17, but had to stop, so I'm trying to graduate late. A town over, and my parents currently have to pick me up and drive me home at night. My dad usually takes a highway. It's been snowing a lot here, so roads are icy. The story. After my last class, my school friends and I met a new person in the hallway and we fooled around for a little bit. I knew I didn't have a lot of time because my dad was waiting outside the school. I looked at my phone, which was in my hand, and said I had to go because it was late. With my phone in my hand, I went to my dad's car. I awkwardly threw my bag into the car with my shoulder since I was once again holding my phone. I don't know why I didn't put it somewhere else, I'm weird. When I sit in my dad's passenger seat, I always hold my phone in my hands, between my knees. We started driving, and I felt the pop socket on one palm like always. We got on the highway, which was a little frozen, and a guy in front of us was speeding. We now know it was a drunk driver because it was on the road service radio channel thing. The drunk driver's car swerved on the ice and turned and then toppled over. By this point, there was a huge oil transporter between us who braked extremely suddenly to avoid hitting the toppled car. My dad swerved and did some weird maneuver stuff, barely avoiding the oil transporter, which was on my side. When we were swerving past it, I smelled a very intense blood scent for about 2 seconds, which I can't explain, very metallic. I stopped feeling my phone at this moment and assumed it fell down or slipped out of my hands while our car was swerving, and I thought to myself that I'd just pick it up when we get home. When we got home, I couldn't find it anywhere, even with a flashlight, and we then saw that one of my school friends had texted my dad from my phone, saying I'd left it on the desk at school. My school friend said he had only noticed my phone suddenly lying on the desk a while after I already had left, which would line up almost exactly with the time that I was in the oil transporter situation. Case file number 3434, written by Anonymous. Corner of the eye. When my wife and I split up, she moved into a new house and got a dog. I was over there for a while, since we have a daughter together. For a few days, I kept seeing shadows down the hallway out of the corner of my eye. I know people say that there can be ghosts and spirits that watch you and disappear when you look at them, but I don't believe that nonsense. I just chalked it up to me seeing things. Anyway, the dog was just a puppy at the time, and she and I would be sitting in the living room when I would see something out of the corner of my eye in the hallway. I'd turn to look at the dog and would perk up her ears and run to the exact spot I saw something and sniff. Occasionally, she would run to the exact spot and bark at nothing. I stayed there for a few weeks, and just about every day, late at night, I would see something in the hallway that disappeared. When I saw it, I would try not to move, try not to alert the dog, but every time, she could sense it too, and she would walk over as if stalking something and sniffing the exact area. One of the last nights I'm there, it's dark and I see a dull flash, like movement or a shadow streaking past. I swear I see it. It's like something came out of the wall on the side and ran into the closed closet door on the other side of the hall. The dog goes crazy and runs in there, barking at the closet door. I'm pretty freaked out, but I chase after her and throw the closet door open. Out races a little brown mouse. The dog chases it to the garage but loses it. I called an exterminator a few days later and haven't seen any shadows or movement in the hallway since. I guess it was just an infestation. Case file number 3435, written by It's a Hard Knock Life for Us. A neighborhood watch. My husband was out last night driving for Uber Eats. Around 10:30, he missed his turn, and when he went into reverse, he saw what he described as a 7-foot-tall figure with long black hair, like the girl from The Ring or The Grudge's hair, standing in the middle of the road. This road is not a main road, it's tucked away in a neighborhood in our small northern Arizona town, which consists of mostly retired people. He said he started reversing to get a closer look, because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It jumped or just appeared 20 feet further back in the blink of an eye. He reversed again to get closer, and the same thing. It seemingly teleported backwards another 20 feet. I believe this happened for a third time, before a car was approaching, and he had to get out of the way and he left. He said it was absolutely terrifying, like straight out of a horror movie. He's not one to make up something like this. He's not the prankster type or anything. He doesn't even believe in this type of stuff, so I 100% believe him. Case file number 3436, written by JFWPA, In the Blink of an Eye. Now, things are getting weird, really freaking weird. I walk a certain route 5 days a week, day and night, whatever I feel like. Twice now, I have seen cars seem to vanish when I look back at them from where they were. It happened a few months ago in daylight when I saw a car pull into a driveway, the garage door was closed, and I blinked and it's gone. Tonight, a car was approaching me with headlights on about 60 feet away. I glanced down to check if any ice was on the ground so I could move over a bit, and when I looked up, nothing. I looked to see if it turned off somewhere, lights out, whatever, but nothing. I was stone cold sober, no drugs. I'm not afflicted with psychosis or any other pathology. Nothing but enjoying my walk. I'm trying to be rational with this, as I could not care less how it's happening or not happening. Just what is happening. To add some other happenings that have occurred lately, to see if you think there's a linkage. About a week ago, while I was walking into the kitchen, a loud human-sounding moan came out of nowhere. My cat ran to a far corner, swung around as if sensing something, and went into protective mode, scanning the area kinda frantically. I then hear water running down a pipe from the second floor. I go upstairs and the toilet had been flushed and was filling back up, finally stopping just like normal. I was the only one at home. Again, sober, relaxed, well rested, nothing but what I'm telling you, and I'm a skeptic to these types of things, but here we are. Case file number 3437, written by Lalula18. The playlist on the pillow. I used to work in a place where we weren't allowed anything with access to the internet on our desks. So, I had a little MP3 player I could download music and podcasts on prior to work, and then listen throughout the day to occupy myself. I was in the car park to go home and realized I had left my MP3 player on the desk. I was mildly annoyed and checked everywhere, but couldn't be bothered to go back in. I even knew exactly where I had left it, as I had put it in a certain place thinking, I'll remember, and then never did. The next morning, I went in expecting to find it on my desk where I was working. This was only a very small team with set desks. No one would have been in or moved anything in the meantime. It was gone, and I started to panic. I searched everywhere in the office, but it was nowhere to be seen. At the end of the day, I went home defeated and very irritated that I'd lost it, as it was such a needed item for getting through the workday. Plus, I hadn't bought it that long ago. Lo and behold, I got home, and on the bed that I had both slept in and remade in the morning was my MP3 player. I lived with my parents, but they had not been in my room or even knew what the thing was. A, it was not on my person from leaving the office on the first day. B, even if I somehow had it, I had been to bed and then remade the bed. How was it placed so central to the bed? C, endless question marks. D, I literally knew where I left it. How did it disappear and then show up in an entirely new space? Case file number 3438, written by MetalSlug53, Johnny's Final Sunset. An older experience. Many of you, I'm sure, probably know who Johnny Castaway is. For those of you who do not, when the Windows 3.1 system was released, a small offshoot group of Sierra Online called Screen Antics released a screensaver called Johnny Castaway. In short, Johnny Castaway was a man who was marooned on an island. He would walk around his ridiculously small island, performing random humorous acts, such as fishing, exercising, sleeping, writing SOS messages, and throwing them out to sea in bottles. Cooking, building sandcastles, diving from his palm tree, and building a raft. Generally, these activities would randomly loop, and about every 7 to 8 minutes a silly thing would happen to Johnny, such as being struck by lightning from a cloud he summoned while doing a rain dance, or having a bird steal his book he was reading, or flirting with a mermaid, or being eaten by a shark, or being invaded by tiny pirates on a tiny pirate ship. The possibilities were endless, and as a child, I fell in love with the screensaver instantly. About 2 years ago, I had resurfaced Johnny Castaway somehow from my subconscious. Having a desire to once again see my childhood memories play out on screen, I searched online and found a place where I could download the screensaver. For some odd reason, the old Windows 3.1 screensaver files had an issue running on Windows XP, so I found a tutorial on how to convert the file. About 5 minutes of handiwork later, I had Johnny Castaway running smoothly on the screen of my laptop. I found it intriguing how many different quirky situations the island inhabitant would find himself in, so many more than I actually remember seeing as a kid. I vaguely remembered as Johnny played out some slightly humorous scenarios on my screensaver and soaked up all the nostalgia I was producing. I could literally taste it. Johnny has been my screensaver ever since. However, Earlier tonight, something very odd happened with Johnny as I was watching him pacing back and forth once again, as he did time after time on his crappy little island. It was set at night, the moon full and luminescent in the background, and the island looked large due to the tide change. Johnny approached the left side of the island as he has done so many times in the past, pulled out an all too familiar bottle and piece of paper, and began to scribble on the parchment as he had done millions of times before. The thought bubble appeared above his head, but this time, instead of an SOS like every other time I had seen, the words, "God be with me," hovered over his head. I had to reread it before it quickly vanished. I literally did a double take. There I was, sitting in my college class, listening to my professor droning on and on about some sort of chemical bond, and Johnny Castaway is literally praying on my screen. I have never seen him do that before. My attention shifted 100% to what was happening on screen. Instead of rolling up the parchment and slipping it in the bottle as he had done before, he instead mashes and crumbles the paper furiously, attempting to shove it down the neck of the bottle. Eventually, the bottle shatters. He gets very frustrated and tosses both the crumpled parchment and the broken glass into the sea, and proceeds to sit in the fetal position for at least 5 minutes, blood dripping from his hand where he was cut from the broken glass. He sat there for such a long time that I thought the screensaver had frozen. I moved the mouse and was prompted with "Enter password" on screen. I promptly typed in my password, did a bit of screen organization to make it look as if I was doing something important, and waited the 5 minutes of inactivity I had set before the screensaver would kick back in. When it did, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. The screensaver started back up with Johnny sitting in his tree, much like he would sit when reading a book, except he didn't have a book in his hand. He just sat there staring down with a blank, emotionless expression, blood still dripping down his hand from where he had cut it, and a shadowy figure was crouched down behind him. The figure was relative to Johnny's size and had a human shape to it, but it had a ghastly aura about it. The outline of it seemed to actually be rendered from the sprites used for Johnny, but void of all details and characteristics. You could only tell that it was a shadow of a person. The only detail that it did have was its eyes, big, bulging, and bloodshot red. The shadow figure walks over to the slumped-over Johnny from behind the palm tree. It knelt down and looked as if it were whispering something into Johnny's ear. After it spoke to Johnny, Johnny hung his head down low and looked as if he was sobbing heavily, his head between his knees. The shadow figure then swooped away, much like a cloud or a puff of smoke, and Johnny seemed to compose himself. He stood up, walked behind the palm tree, and emerged on the other side with a length of rope, a noose tied in one end. I watched in horror as Johnny slung the rope over the center of the palm tree and climbed up to fashion his own noose. He settled himself on top of the tree and laced the noose around his neck. He looked up to the sky, and tears rolled down his eyes. The shadowy figure swooped back into the frame and hovered over Johnny as it grew bigger, almost twice the size of when it was initially on screen the first time. A large gray hand emerged from the shadow and made a pointing gesture towards the ground. It was then that I noticed upon closer inspection that Johnny was not crying, he was bleeding from his eyes. The tears had a dark red shade to it, one that I almost mistook for black. At this point I heard a faint crackle coming from the speakers on my laptop, but thought nothing of it then. At this point I was very unnerved by what I was seeing. Johnny Castaway, once a happy island dweller caught up in cartoonish antics and scenarios, much like you would see in a Wile E. Coyote cartoon, was now a broken down old man sobbing his eyes out and contemplating an ending. The shadow swooped across the screen almost to the right edge, and out of nowhere an ear-piercing scream sounded from my laptop speakers, followed by a very loud demonic voice that simply yelled, "Get it over with!" This startled nearly every person in my classroom. The last thing I remember seeing was Johnny jumping from the palm. You can imagine the rest. Then I slammed my screen closed. I apologized to the entire class, packed up my crap, and bolted. I just witnessed the beloved cartoon character from my youth end himself after being tempted by that evil freaking shadow. Apparently, There is a setting that will allow audio to be played when the screensaver is active, giving Johnny sound effects, muffles, groans, and voice if you choose to activate the option. I inspected the sound files of the screensaver, but could not find anything resembling a high-pitched scream or someone yelling, "Do it!" I did find 2 rather large files that were both corrupted to the point where the system would not even recognize them, but I have no idea if they have anything to do with this. The kicker to it all is that I had the sound options turned off when all of this happened. The second I had an opportunity to try to load the screensaver, the data simply wouldn't load. I tried going into the screensaver options and previewing the screensaver, but was only ever met with an error code. I changed to a different screensaver to verify that it was working, but the computer wouldn't let me change back to the Johnny Castaway files. So I actually had this screensaver as well growing up. I don't remember it as vividly as this person did, and I certainly never experienced anything demonic from it. My guess is, if you're going on a website and downloading the program, who knows what alterations were made to it. So could this have simply been someone that altered the file to eventually produce this demonic zine and override the audio settings so you'd hear it, and after the fact just corrupt the file so you can't go back and check? It kind of sounds like a prank in a way, technological prank, but extremely dark. And I think that the audio setting was disabled is probably the strongest evidence that it was more of a demonic presence. I don't know how easy that would be to do in code. If you could alter that, it may be possible. I'm not a coder, so it's certainly possible that this was a elaborate demonic technical prank. But we also know that spirits, and what is a demon, I think is just a rotten spirit, you could say, can affect the electromagnetic spectrum. So if anything could influence outside of code, the visuals you see on a screen, it would be a spirit or demon in this case. So could it have been a haunting? Yeah. And that's why I love this story. It's so very unique. You never hear about techno hauntings like this. Case file number 3439, written by Cthulhu 204. The Caddy Corner Conundrum. I need to preface by saying that my wife and I have a home office with 2 matching desks at a 90-degree angle to one another. Caddy corner between is a small end table with drawers. My Logitech steering wheel sits on a homemade, portable rig in front of said table, blocking the drawers, also placed caddy corner. I pick my wife up from work, and on the way to Walmart she asked me if I had moved her pack of Sharpies that she has in the office. No, where were they? She says, "On my desk, where I always keep them." I had not touched them, I told her. She insists that they are not where she put them only a few days before when grabbing a new one. Sorry, love, I don't know what to tell you, but I didn't touch them. She's getting adamant at this point. I know where they are. I use them all the time for work. Okay, so I drop her at Walmart, 2 minutes from home, and when I get home I set about finding her missing Sharpies. Yay, I found them quickly. I text her to let her know. Here's the fun part. They were in the 3rd of 4 drawers in the aforementioned table, which was blocked by my steering wheel. I had placed that wheel there in late October of last year, as stated, blocking the drawers. It had not moved or been used at all until today. She insists that she removed one from the package just days prior to this, and when I opened the drawer and saw the package, I did recall that I had seen it on her desk recently myself. How did something my wife saw a few days ago end up in a drawer that was blocked months ago? My wife could not have put them there herself, as she's handicapped and does not have the ability to move my rig. So I know it wasn't her. Case file number 3440, written by Healthy Recover 8904, The Mansion's Gift. I was on the bus, driving to work. I admired the massive, modern mansion on top of the hill, imagining how nice it would be to live in a place like that. When my shift ended, I couldn't find my wallet anywhere. I searched my locker, pockets, but they were gone. I had to borrow money from a coworker to be able to go home by bus. Everything was in that wallet. My ID, bus card, money, pictures of my children. I had to order new cards. A year went by and me and my friend went to a bar that recently opened. There, I met the owner, who was some 10 years younger than me, but very nice and polite. The next time I came to the bar, he greeted me like we're old friends. He sat down with me and said he's glad he finally met me. Then he told me a story. He lived with his parents in the main city, and the mansion, which I still admire whenever I'm on the bus, is their holiday residence. His father built it for his grandmother who lives there. A year ago, he came to a brief visit to his grandmother, and she showed him the wallet that she found in front of the house, at the doorstep. No neighbors miles away. She said she had no idea how it got there, and gave it to him to do with whatever he thought should be done with it. He apologized to me that he didn't contact me sooner, that he placed the wallet on the sideboard in his room and forgot about it. A few months later, he came to his grandmother again because he landed a deal about the bar. He looked at my wallet again and found out my ID had passed the date. Then he primarily focused on his business and put the thought about the wallet aside. When he first saw me in the bar, he recognized me instantly, and from that day on, he always carried the wallet with him. I couldn't just throw it away, he said. I figured if nothing, you'd at least want the pictures back. I held the wallet in my hand and I couldn't believe it. Everything was still there, even the money. How did it ever end up in front of his grandmother's house, the one I was looking and admiring at? And this one was a contender for one of my favorites today too, just because again it's so unique. We have DOP all the time, but to reappear at a house you were looking at, it's almost like some spirit was looking at you, trying to look out for you in a way, and like put this breadcrumb in their path so a connection would be formed. And you could, I don't know if you ended up visiting the mansion, but this would be a catalyst to maybe allow for that to happen. So, outside of actually buying the mansion, which probably would take a while to earn enough money for that, this is a way to introduce you in there. So it does feel very specific and absolutely intentionally placed. But by who? A long-lost relative, a friend who passed away who is looking out for you? Or maybe your guardian angel? Definitely someone who cares about you, but isn't material in that conventional sense. Case file number 3441, written by Twilight Cab, The Tableau of a Turkey Sub. I was watching House of Wax recently, and it reminded me of an experience I had about a year ago. It's more on the funny side now, but at the time I was thoroughly creeped out. My husband and I were driving home from a trip, and we wanted to avoid the interstate, so we took some back way. It was pretty much just sticking to one road for most of the way until we got closer to home, so we figured we wouldn't need directions. Dumb move. Most of it was a dead zone. About halfway through, we were really hungry. The problem was, there was nowhere to turn off the road except people's driveways. We just had to keep going. At some point, there was a small town, so we turned off the route and drove in. Weirdly, there was nowhere that looked like it had food except for a single Subway. We're not big Subway people, but it was better than waiting until we're closer to home. We opted to go inside instead of using their drive-thru, but when we went to open the door, it was locked. Weird because it's the middle of the day. We looked at the hours listed on the door. Open until 9 p.m. We looked inside and saw a family sitting at a table and an employee behind the counter. It didn't look like there was anything bad or weird going on inside, so maybe the door jammed. We tried opening it again and it still wouldn't open, so my husband tried to knock. None of them even flinched, like they hadn't heard anything. He tried knocking again, a little louder this time, and again no reaction. I looked longer at the people, and I swear, no one was moving, not even chewing. I shook my husband's shoulder and said I wanted to just get back in the car and try their drive-thru. Maybe we'd have better luck with that. When we drove up to it, no sound came out of their speaker, not even static or a crackle, just silence. We didn't see anyone else in this town at all. We hadn't even passed another car. It was just silent. We looked at each other and agreed to just get back on the road because we both had a bad feeling, and I felt sick. Once we were closer to our city, I tried figuring out where we had even been because we hadn't even seen any signs on the road. It was a super small town we had never heard of. I recognized some of the businesses we had driven by, but one thing stood out to me. They didn't have any kind of fast food place in town, and definitely not a Subway. Where we had been was just an empty lot, I searched everywhere for a subway that was even remotely close to this place, but there wasn't one at all for about 50 miles. So that was weird. I just wanted a turkey sub. Stick to the interstate. So my favorite restaurant, Subway, has been involved in quite a few glitches as of late. Well, over the years anyways. But that's probably just because Subways are everywhere. I think it's actually the most popular chain in America. Or is that McDonald's now? I think it's decreasing, unfortunately, but what can you do? So you went back and checked what possible town it could have been, and if you did find one that was possibly similar along your route, but it was just a parking lot, there was no subway there, it could simply, quote-unquote, be that it's a subway from the future, so you were peering into something that will be there eventually in most universes. So a time anomaly via a space-time portal? Very likely. Another possibility is simply through the looking glass. You are seeing a different universe as it is right now, so no time shenanigans going on. Simply a different universe. But both situations don't really explain why no one was moving or even chewing or eating their sub. You didn't see anyone else on the road. That makes it feel more like one of those fake towns where they test nuclear bombs at. But that's way out in the New Mexico desert where they build fake towns for that. And I don't think they even do that anymore, or at least not widely publicized. You're not going to come across a fake town where they're testing bombs anymore, to my knowledge. And I've also heard of military operations. Maybe the CIA, NSA, the actual military, special ops, SWAT teams, all that stuff, where they have fake towns created, and they train their operatives to operate as if they need to quell some kind of insurrection in the country itself, domestically, which, I don't know about you, that terrifies me more than any space-time portal or alternate universe site. Yeah. Not really political on that, just, yeah. I don't like the idea of that, personally. Case file number 3442, written by Adept 34501. The Men in Polos. My neighbor saw something fly over the home at dusk. Its flight path was erratic, and its shape was unlike that of a conventional fighter jet, despite it moving at similar speeds. They discounted it as something they'd imagined until minutes later, a fighter jet flew overhead, following its flight path. Now, the three of them, parents and son, discussed it amongst themselves that evening, but never thought to tell anyone else, mainly because they didn't have a chance to. 2 days later, the father answered the door to two men. No identifying features. Middle-aged, plain clothes, polo shirts if I remember correctly. They then proceeded to question him as to if he'd seen anything overhead, what he'd seen, if he'd taken any footage, before politely excusing themselves and driving off. Now, these aren't eccentric people, nor are they prone to anything I'd describe as erratic behavior. Took place in the UK. Parents were late 40s, son was late teens. The story was initially told to me by the son, then later on by the father. Mother corroborated. Father and son were particularly knowledgeable in military aircraft, particularly UK ones. Used to plane spot together, and the son used to make those airfix models. While I never consider them experts, they had some detailed knowledge on the subject, which makes it even more interesting. Case file number 3443, written by Wolf Writes 89, checkered on red and black. I own one pair of fuzzy, red and black, checkered pajama pants. I've owned them probably 5 to 10 years. So they're not soft anymore. They're that roughed, pilled feeling that fuzzy pants get after a million washes. They're distinct because they had a red drawstring that has faded to a more pink color now. I'm wearing them right now and putting away clean laundry, and lo and behold, the exact same pair of pants is also in the clean laundry pile? And I mean exact. The tag is faded and curled, the drawstring is faded pink, the fabric is rough from years of being washed. They are the same pants. The logical explanation is that I own two and forgot? But they're clearly both old. So I think it's a stretch that in 5 to 10 years I never noticed that I had two pairs or saw them both at the same time until now. All of my pants fit into one small cabinet. I don't own a ton. But just to double check, I carried them downstairs, still wearing the other pair, and held them up for my husband. I didn't want to prompt him to agree with me, so I basically just said, "What the hell?" He immediately knew what I was talking about. He said, "Yeah, I was going to ask you when you got a second pair of those pants. I noticed it the other day when you asked me to run upstairs and grab you a pair." So he didn't buy them. And again, these are absolutely not new pants, so if he had, it would have been ages ago, and I think one of us would have noticed 2 pairs sooner. I'm tempted to test the Matrix by putting both pairs into the same load of laundry to see if I get them both back at the end of the cycle. Case file number 3444, written by Anonymous. The Maze of Providence. Mid-90s, Providence, Rhode Island. Living on the east side on the 3rd floor of a beat-up old typical Providence apartment house. The house had 5 apartments in it. 2, and 1 huge one on the top floor that I lived in with my roommate. The house was wicked creepy. Really loud banging pipes, everything falling apart, and the worst part, in the basement, there was a kids' daycare at some point, probably back in the 70s. But many flooded basements later, it looked like a horror film set with rotting kids' pictures and toys. The worst was rotting little toilets with little clown pictures above each one. Anyways, our apartment was huge and a maze. Past our bedrooms, there were all these interconnected closet-sized rooms that had no lights or windows. I never went in them, creepy as hell. So I'm sleeping one night, and I suddenly wake up to find this woman leaning over my bed looking at me. Blue dress, with a high white collared shirt, dark hair, very early 1900s looking. She looked real, not ghost-like in any way. As far as I remember, there was a real person leaning over my bed, looking at me. I know I saw her. I freak out and jump out of bed to the other side of the room, but when I turn around there isn't anything there. Damn, frick me, I'm freaked out. But I don't believe in ghosts, so I assume I was just dreaming. For the most part, forget about it. Nothing ever happened again and I moved out. I visited some friends who are still living in the house about a year later. We are having a small party in one of the apartments when I get introduced to the guy that is now living in my old room. Totally unprompted, the first thing he asks me is, "Have you ever seen anything weird in that room?" And I say, "What do you mean?" He describes the same woman exactly how I remember her. Holy hell, I got chills. I told him I had seen her but never told anyone. So strange. I don't really believe in ghosts, but something odd happened and I don't know what. It's these little ghost stories with shared details with absolutely no prompting or forcing from the other person that just speak volumes to me because that's as close as scientific proof as we can get. If you have 2 people that don't know each other and come to the same conclusion or have the same vision or, see the same spirit in this case, even if they look real, I think ghosts can manifest pretty solidly. Maybe not entirely if you actually touch them, but per the light bouncing off them, yeah, pretty solid. But simply to say, if 2 people come to the exact same visual sight of something, that does mean that it was there. There's no other way to square this. You both saw the exact same apparition. Now you say you still don't believe in ghosts. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's good to still be skeptical, but to me, I don't know what else it could be. Short of seeing a different universe, but even then, that's still probably not something you're going to accept. Which is okay, still. At least you don't have an entirely closed mind. That's good. A lot of people in this kind of situation would simply try to suppress the memory, never think of it again. Case file number 3445, written by Global Bus 8826, with nary a crack. I wish to hell I'd taken a photo of my smashed watch. I'll never stop regretting that. I've had Apple Watches for a few years now, and twice over that time, I've crunched the glass by smacking it or some such. The most recent incident is shrouded in mystery, however, and I just don't know what to make of it. I'd just gotten out of the shower and dried off, when I strapped on ye old faithful Apple SE version 2, same as ever. I don't wear it when I'm bathing, despite advertised water resistance. It was then that I looked down and noticed the glass was completely broken in a pattern of chaotic, intersecting horizontal cracks. When I ran my finger along it, I felt the splinters and breaks and even a faint buzz that I took to be a mild shock sensation. I mean, it was like shifted tectonic plates, visible as a craggy horizon when looked at from the side. I called out to my husband that we should look at Newegg for another refurbished watch, because goddammit, I broke mine somehow. He didn't question, he's used to me. Later though, when I mentioned to my grown daughter that I'd broken my watch, she grabbed my wrist and ran her silly finger along the glass too, because that's exactly what she'd do. I'm glad now though, because if she hadn't done that simple thing, I'd be left alone in this experience, and I definitely doubt my sanity. Many hours later, the three of us went to the gym. I remember being able to start the process of recording my workout by using care in maneuvering through the watch's touchscreen. But when I tried to stop the timer after 45 minutes of draining all sense from my body and brain, I casually reached down to end the workout, only to get a quick reminder of the watch's broken state. Ouch. I couldn't get the clock to stop on the workout app, so I ended up stopping it using my iPhone instead. Even so, the watch wasn't actively dumping bits of glass or anything, so I opted to keep it on while going about the evening's activities. Before sleep, though, I said aloud to my husband, "I'm just going to take my watch off and charge it. I don't want to wake up in a pile of tiny glass shards." And with that, I gingerly placed it on my watch stand and charger, a few feet away from my bed. The next morning, I awoke about a half hour after my husband, who'd immediately left for our home office to get on a work shift. I went to put on my watch out of habit and saw that it was completely smooth, unbroken and unblemished, with nary a crack at all. Nothing near the watch stand, no untidiness or debris, no signs of funny business. I've never used a lens protector. My husband already had a watch on order from Newegg. What a guy. But this was the first morning after the drama of the breakage. My stomach absolutely dropped. I couldn't think of an explanation other than my husband must have received it overnight and somehow loaded it with my data, put on the old band, and disposed of the evidence. Of course, he didn't. Or he says he didn't, and the leap it would take to feel satisfied that he managed all that and lied about it too is harder than other pills to swallow, which are, I don't know. Anyway, the new and used replacement watch arrived several days later, and it now belongs to another family member. The frick happened. I'd assume some sort of spaciness on my part if there hadn't been moments that shake that theory, like my daughter's validation, my unknowing interactions that reminded me of the watch's broken status during the day, and so on. Case file number 3446, written by Weft, on a mission to nowhere. A little backstory. I've always told my girlfriend that I always wanted to go ghost hunting. I always brought it up jokingly, like around Halloween. I would always suggest going to a graveyard or something of that nature. So my birthday was in January, and she surprised me with 2 tickets to take a tour of the Mansfield Reformatory. It was about an hour and a half drive. I had mixed emotions when she told me, because I wasn't really sure if I would like going there. But hey, I had a few months to do some reading and learn a little bit more about the history of the place. Jump to that night. We drove to Mansfield, and I borrowed my cousin's camera so I could take some pictures. It was a really nice setup. They had food and drinks. Around dusk, they split us up into 3 groups of 20, and we head in. At this point, I was pretty skeptical, but I was hoping to see or experience something. The tour was pretty awesome. They took us all to historical places and told everyone about the different experiences people have had in certain rooms. Most of them were first-hand experiences of the tour guides. For example, flashlights dying, flashlights moving by themselves, footsteps above you, and the one that stood out to me. One of the male tour guides talked about a doppelganger ghost. He said that on multiple occasions, people who worked there had tried to hold conversations with them or tried to get the person's attention, but when asking the person later about the conversation, the person was either in another part of the building at the time or not even in the building when the conversation went on. After that, they also took us to different places where they filmed The Shawshank Redemption. It was very interesting. We also went to the shower room, and this lady was communicating with the spirit there with the dowsing rods. It was kind of cheesy, but I was in the mood to believe. After the tour, it was around 9, and we all met up again and they turned us loose. We had all night to walk around the prison and explore. Right off the bat, my girlfriend and I turned on our flashlights and started walking down one of the main corridors. My girlfriend was pretty nervous about the whole thing, and was kind of regretting getting herself into something like this. After wandering around for 5 minutes, we met up with another young couple that was in the same boat, 2 young college students who, for the first time, are ghost hunting. Girlfriends are freaked out. So the logical thing to do was to join our forces. So our little group wandered around for a good 3 to 4 hours, not really seeing or hearing anything. The place is huge, so you would only see another group maybe once in a half hour. Once we met up with other people, they were pretty eager to ask to swap stories of the night. Of course, we told them that we ran into the occasional bat flying at head level. We heard a few stories of people hearing footsteps, feeling cold spots, and getting touched. We just took those stories for a grain of salt. It was getting pretty late, 2 to 3, so we went and explored a little more. Here is where things get interesting. We head to the front of the building. For people who have seen The Shawshank Redemption, it is a room with the safe in it. Also, I think it's the main detention officer office. It was one of the only rooms with a desk and chair in it. So we goofed around taking turns sitting in the chair from the movie. After we sit there for a while, we decided to turn off our flashlights and just sit in the dark for a while and listen. When we got bored with that, we exited the room and started to look at our map to see where we wanted to go next. As we were looking at the map, we heard someone coming up the stairs behind us. No big deal, so we point our flashlights over to the stairs because at this point, we didn't see any lights coming up the stairs, which was odd because that part of the building is pretty dark. Then up pops one of the main tour guides from earlier. No problem, we saw a few of the guides walking around earlier just checking up on people and making sure everyone is doing fine. The weird part was he didn't stop, but he walked right by us. He looked like he was on a mission, walking with perfect posture and had a blank stare on his face. So he walks right by us into the room we just left. We were all kind of puzzled. Like I said before, every other guide was pretty friendly. They would stop and talk to you. Something didn't seem right. So me and the other guy I was messing with walked back into the room we just came from. As we entered, my heart stopped for a second. No one was in the room. It was completely empty. My mind was racing, trying to figure out a way to explain what just happened. I turned to the guy I was with, and he looked back at me with his jaw dropped. Sure enough, we backed out of the room. The girls were asking us why we didn't go talk to the tour guide, and why we were acting weird. We were pretty dumbfounded and I couldn't talk, but the guy I was with said something along the lines of, "There's no one in there." The 2 girls gave, "What the hell?" faces at each other, and we all stumbled back into the room. Sure enough, no one was in there. Not going to lie, we found the closest exit and promptly said our goodbyes and then left. Case file number 3447, written by All That Salsa, Strike After Strike. My family just moved into our new house in 1995. I was 7 and my sister was 6. We were playing around while my parents were packing one afternoon. My sister starts to run towards the kitchen. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning comes flying across the room about 3 feet in front of her face. I'm not sure where it came into the house, but I sure as hell knew it blew up our cordless phone. My guess is that it came through the fireplace because we had one of those cheap tin chimneys. I have never heard anything louder than that, until. Fast forward about 4 years. My sister and I are playing American football with my neighbors in their yard. Someone misses a catch and the ball goes into a wooded area. My sister goes in to get it, just as another lightning bolt blasts a tree about 20 feet from her. I mean, really destroys this tree. bark shrapneled everywhere. But my sister didn't get hit by any because there happened to be another tree in between her and the one that was struck. Once again, flashing light, followed by momentary blindness and deafness. During neither of these instances was it raining, or had it been earlier that day. The worse the weather got was mostly cloudy. Well, they say lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, which is completely false, by the way. The conditions that enable a lightning or prompt lightning to strike in one spot, based on the exact resistance from the ground to the air, which is the path lightning usually takes, they're present even after a lightning strike, so it's actually more likely to strike relatively the same location. So don't go stand into a spot where lightning struck again. Not that you did, I'm just saying in general terms for everyone. Are some people attuned to lightning? I've never heard of a theory regarding that, but an even creepier idea is, what if lightning could be calibrated as a weapon? Not by our government, I don't think we really have weather control technology, but aliens could. Not that I really think in this case, aliens are targeting your sister, that would be weird. Why? But if anyone could, that'd be a crazy powerful weapon. Yeah. Case file number 3448, written by Gianna and Hell as An Unconscious Prophet. When I was 3, I predicted my grandfather's death. My dad says that he was playing with me and I just put both my hands on his face and said, "Grandpa's gone." That same day, he was diagnosed with cancer and died very shortly after. In university, I was staying in a dorm. I was out with some friends and we saw this girl who was also staying in the same dorm. My friends told me that later because I have zero memory of it, but apparently I walked up to her and said that she had to go get back to the dorm as soon as possible because there was a phone call for her. Turns out her father had died and they were trying desperately to reach her. At first, I thought my friends were pranking me, but the girl came to me and thanked me for telling her afterwards, so I don't think she'd participate in a prank like that. I think what freaks me out the most is that I don't remember any of this. I dreamt that my grandfather fell from a tree. I called him the next morning and he was in the hospital after falling from a tree. I thought it was probably just an extremely strong sense of déjà vu that made me imagine the prophetic dream, but my mother swore up and down that I told her the details of the dream and they all fit. Also, my neighbor told me how freaked out he was because his television would just randomly turn on and even change channels. But in this case, I still haven't told him that his TV faces my house and that it turns out my remote control is pretty powerful. Poor bastard. So, interesting stories regarding predicting future events. Always mentally titillating to hear that. But, obviously, I'm most attuned to the last sentence of the story where you are a prankster and I simply give you a gold star because, well done. Poor bastard indeed. Case file number 3449, written by Lil Pidgey, Twisted Metal. One night, I was getting ready for bed on a cold winter night. I usually have the lights on in my room, but this night I remember not turning them on out of sheer laziness. I take out my contacts and put my glasses on and then go crawl into my bed. My bedroom is in the second story of our home, at the very front of the house, and before I switch on the light to read, before I snooze, I hear something. I hear an engine idling and think, oh, one of the neighbor's kids is going out. But I peek out my window and see a dark-colored sedan sitting in my driveway. It kinda weirds me out at first, but I thought, it might be a newspaper delivery driver or someone simply turning around using our driveway. So I waited for him to do something. I see no one get in or leave the car, and I'm just crouched, peeking. I hear the doorbell ring. Now I'm kinda freaking out. Who rings someone else's doorbell at 3 to 4 a.m.? Not me for sure, and that's just sketchy. I hear my dad wake up. Oh, thank goodness. My dad is a tough dude. I hear him go, "Lil Piggy, is that your friend?" And I go, "Dad, come here." So he walks into my room and I tell him that there is a car just sitting in the driveway, and we both peek out. The car is now backing out of the driveway, and my dad just goes, Stinking ding-dong ditchers. Now I feel safer. They're gone and my dad is here. He goes back to bed, and I attempt to sleep, but kind of just lay in bed for a while. The doorbell rings again. I scoot quickly to the window. I can see the driveway as well as the walkway up to the door, but not our patio, to check if either the car is there or if I can see someone running away from the ding-dong ditch. I see no one and no car. I stay up all night, no sleep, waiting to yell for my dad again in case something happens. I have heard of people ding-dong ditching to see if a house is okay to rob, so I am extra wary of a break-in. We also have an alarm system. Nothing else happens the rest of the night. In the morning we go outside and kinda talk about it, and in the front of our lawn we find one of those metal deer that you put Christmas lights on. Know what I'm talking about? On the front of our lawn. And it is completely mangled. The metal was not broken or scarred as if someone had forced it. It was just bent every which way and barely looked like a deer anymore. The weirdest part, it wasn't our deer, and we still have no idea who put it there, or why or how they were able to bend that steel. Case file number 3450, written by Baranj. White Void Screamer. Well, a couple years back, I started having this weird dream in which it seemed everything was in night vision, green and black, like I was looking through some black op type of night vision goggles, and seemed to have my best friend with me as we waded through waist-high grass towards some sort of abandoned or condemned type building. I start to scan the building and zoom in on the exposed attic from the ground. All of a sudden, the darkness in the attic started to stir, and all I saw was two white eyes and one white void for a mouth, open, and utter the most terrifying sound I have ever heard and ever heard since. I woke up immediately, but could not move any part of my body besides my eyes, literally paralyzed with fear. Flash forward to the next month. I'm kicking it with my buddy, and we start going for a hike, right? We start wading through some waist-high grass and come across the same freaking house as the one I had in my dream, right up to the exposed attic. I turned tail, yelled to my buddy that I was dipping out, and hauled butt back home. I'd never seen that house ever, as me and my buddy were exploring a trail that I'd never been on, and I'd never told him about the dream I had. Case file number 3451, written by me, Nicolasta. No key required. My boyfriend and I were in Athens, Greece, studying abroad. I was sleeping in his room that night, while his other roommate was in my room sleeping there. He had us keep the key to the room so he wouldn't lose it, as long as we opened the door for him. That morning we woke up and were just cuddling in bed. The door had a lock on it that we hadn't touched because, well, we had just woken up. Then all of a sudden, we hear the door open, and I look over from the bed and there's a mirror next to the door so you can easily see who came in. I didn't see anyone, just the door open, then shut real fast. My boyfriend heard it too, and we continued talking until my boyfriend stopped and said, "Wait, we have the key. How'd Glenn get inside?" He started to hear the bathroom, on the right of the entrance, turn on, then stop. We had no idea what was going on. Then in a matter of like 3 seconds, in the mirror again, I see the bathroom door open, then the front door open and shut super hard and fast. We go over to it, and the door is still locked. We get super freaked out, and at breakfast we see Glenn and ask if he happened to get into our room, and not say anything. He said, "How could I? I don't have the key." Case file number 3452, written by Afed13, Buzz at the Pharmacy. My girlfriend had to go to work. My car is in the shop right now, but I wanted to go to the pharmacy to grab my meds. I figured it's nice enough out, about 45 degrees, 7 Celsius, for me to walk home myself. As we get to her car, I realize I forgot my watch. No biggie though. We live in a triple-decker in Boston on the 3rd floor with awful stairs, and I felt too lazy to go back up to grab my watch, to track my walk back home. We also live at the top of a hill, so it's nice to track, even if it isn't a huge workout, because I love weightlifting but hate cardio. Anyways, I realized I forgot my watch when I got into her car and mentioned it and decided it wasn't worth the effort. She clearly saw no watch on my wrist and my purse was empty. I distinctly remember not having it because I was wearing a frankly absurd jacket with really tight sleeves, so I would have noticed it 100%. Anyways, I get to the pharmacy, get my meds, and immediately feel my wrist buzz with the receipt. I thought nothing of it until I realized I thought I had left my watch at home. This seems like I'm misremembering, but my girlfriend confirmed it. Granted, we could both be misremembering such a small detail, but regardless, it's the first time something significantly weird has happened to me. Case file number 3453, written by O-1A0. Walls of Windows. When I was a teenager, I lived in the middle of some swampy woods, and the living room of my house has walls of windows with no curtains. I was working on a senior project late into night, and at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard what sounded like a woman screaming and running to the house. I couldn't see anything outside because it was so dark, but the thing slammed into one of the windows before running off. I think I left a yellow stain the entire way into the back of the house. I told my dad about it the next day, and found out that freaking wildcats sound like a woman screaming when they are mating or fighting. Jerk cats. Another event happened when I was much younger, in the same house. I don't remember it, but my mom told me about it when she found out that I hated windows. When I was around 3 or 4, at night, I would stare out the window and tell her someone was watching us. She thought I was full of crap, so she ignored it, until she was cleaning the windows and found multiple face prints on the outside of the windows from someone taller than anyone in our family. They would turn up every now and then until after I moved out of that house when I was 18. Needless to say, as an adult, I have thick, black, light-blocking curtains on all my windows and good outside lighting. Oh, and a dog that freaks out when people approach my house. Case file number 3454, written by Commission OK 7210. In the Hour of the Cookie. When I was in high school, my boyfriend and I drove a half hour to a 24/7 bakery. When we walked in, the girl behind the counter and I screamed with joy and ran into each other's arms. This was before social media, so you really could lose track of someone. It felt miraculous that we were both there at that moment. We were both near tears, hugging, saying, "I thought I would never see you again." My boyfriend finally asked who she was. Here's the thing. I couldn't remember her name, but it seemed so ludicrous that I wasn't even embarrassed. I said, "Oh my God, you won't believe this, I can't remember your name." And she said, "Oh my God, I can't remember yours either." And we laughed. So my boyfriend, obviously, asked how we knew each other. I immediately assumed community theater because that's how I would have known someone from half an hour away at that age. She had never done community theater and didn't know anyone who did. It turned out she lived half an hour from the bakery in one direction and I was half an hour in the complete opposite direction. So we were a full hour apart. We ran through everything starting with preschool for almost a full hour. Like, do you know this person's cousin? No. Did you go to this one academic competition in middle school? But we couldn't find a link. We had no shared interests at all. But we both said the more the conversation went on, the more sure we were that we knew each other. We recognized each other's laughs, mannerisms, etc. After about an hour, she gave us a bunch of free cookies and we had a long, emotional hug goodbye. We both said, "Someday we'll realize it." 20 years later, I have never figured it out. I am half convinced I knew her in another life or timeline. My then boyfriend said the whole thing was very unsettling to watch and felt very off. So as most people who watch this channel regularly know, I'm a big fan of the simulation theory. I think it fits the most out of all the glitches I've absorbed over these years. it just seems to fit the most. There's so many little ones too that like the dark dot or the black dot rather, the sun blinking out, so many things point to server processes failing or error correcting code not being perfect and taking a moment to apply. And then you get things like this where you can imagine reincarnation. There's a spiritual angle to that, but you can simply translate it into simulation theory too. We exist in the real world, and this is basically a highly realized, highly cinematic, highly complex MMORPG. And when we load in, our memories are suppressed of the real world. But perhaps that suppression technique isn't perfect and flawless. And if we do meet another player that we knew from a different play session, you could say, then yeah, we still can be connected, even though we don't know them in this world, so you don't know any memories from them because it's a different server, it's a different game save, you could say. So you didn't know them in that context, but you know them through the real world or past lives of play sessions. I just find that so fun. And you can kind of connect that to soulmates, but it's really just soul friends. Yeah, I like that. Plus, you got free cookies out of it, so I mean, even if it's not a glitch, that's just fantastic. Case file number 3455, written by Crystal Lightly. Flecks of White. In my house, there have been small, scary things that have happened. So I often like to have a cat in my room with me overnight. Of my several cats, for a while now, I have preferred Cece because she behaves very well in my room. So last night, I went to the bathroom and at least a couple cats followed me in, including Cece. And one reason why she comes in is because that is when she feels comfortable using the litter box, so that she won't be attacked by our bully cat. I then went to the kitchen to get a snack to take to my room. I looked at the cats in the kitchen, and I was surprised to see Cece drinking from the water tray, because I hadn't seen her pass me in the hallway, and usually she would wait near my bedroom door to come into my room at night. I wanted to be sure it was her, so I looked and saw her gray fur with flecks of white, and the shape of her tail, but I only saw her back, not her face. I left the kitchen with my snack and went back down the hallway. When I got to my room, I saw Cece come out of the bathroom and walk to my door so she could come in. I was surprised because I was sure I had just seen her in the kitchen. Of my other cats, there is one more that is gray. Her brother is all dark gray, but I specifically looked for the white flecks in her fur, and I believe that I saw them. Their mother is also dark, but she is a calico cat who is mostly brown with patches of tan and orange, and I would have seen those patches. Her sister is tan and gray, mostly tan, so it couldn't have been her. Did my cat teleport to the kitchen to drink some water before she came into my room for the night? Maybe. I'm okay with that because Cece is a sweet cat, and she wouldn't have teleported just to scare me. Case file number 3456, written by The Internet is a Box. The Sound Without Footsteps. Wintertime. I was walking home from the store at around 9 or 10 o'clock, aka pitch dark, and I was taking the quick way home, which happened to be typical park trails. Nearing the tiny bridge that crosses a stream pretty much next to my house, there is a sort of eerie part of the path. The streetlight responsible for that area is broken. Has been for as long as I can remember. City workers are terrible, huh? But the streetlight before it gives off just enough light to be able to slightly see there. As I'm walking home, full of glee and a bag of Doritos or something of the sort, I notice a tall man walking towards me, and he is basically completely a shadow. Not unusual, it's very hard to see someone walking in that area. However, I could not hear his footsteps in the snow. It didn't occur to me how weird that was until after, I guess. Kinda brushed it off at the time, probably because of what he did. The man figure just turned and walked into the patch of forest there, which is probably about 4 to 5 feet of scarce trees and fences for people's backyards. I started freaking out at this point, wondering what this dude was going to do to me. I mean, he has to be pretty crazy to just walk into the forest and fence of someone's backyard, right? Anyways, I kept walking nervously, constantly checking the trees next to me, and when I got to the point where I saw him turn in, I looked extra hard. No one was there at all, not even footsteps going in. I also looked at the fences for gates and boards on the side for easy climbing, but neither were there. These are also fairly high fences, so I either would have heard him jump up the fence or fall on his butt after attempting. To this day, I still never walk down that path at night, and when I walk down the perpendicular path, I always have to look down that path just in case. I think there are two things in horror that terrify me the most. The first is very tight, confined spaces with a monster. If you ever saw The Descent, you'd understand exactly what I mean. And the other is monsters or entities that can float. They don't make any sound. They're just there hovering and they're moving silently. That's just so creepy. I don't know, maybe it's a control issue. If you can't hear them, you have no chance. Like, they can just pop up behind you and you're already done. Very creepy. So terrifying. Case file number 3457, written by Badgster. Gramps Late Night Mix. My ex-guitarist lives with his grandmother. His grandfather used to live there too, until he passed away a couple years ago. Anyways, his grandmother spends all day watching Wheel of Fortune and playing bingo on the weekends, while we would record and play video games or whatever else in his half of the house. One night, we were up late mixing our first EP when we heard the TV come on really loud. We went out there ASAP to shut it off before it woke his grandmother, and the TV was on full blast on ESPN. The couch had been shoved to the back wall, and his grandfather's old recliner was in the center of the room, fully reclined. We shut off the TV and quietly moved everything back to its original position, while he casually told me about his deceased grandfather and how the recliner I was in the process of moving was his, and how ESPN was the only channel he watched, and that the TV probably came on because Gramps was sick of hearing our crappy rock and roll. The creepiest part about it was how serious he was, like it was a normal freaking thing. Very short thought on this one. I just want to say that if I was a spirit, I would be doing two things: pranking people and assuming I couldn't eat food anymore, which would be hell on earth. So I don't want to be a spirit. If you can't eat food, what's the point? But, I mean, if I was stuck there for some reason, I would just be watching TV. And I'd probably try to switch to my channel if I could. Maybe that's tricky. Maybe you can't always do it. But yeah, when no one else is around, just put on TV. Case file number 3458, written by Wime117. Commando Mode. The first event happened when I was in the first or second grade or so. Both my parents were working. It was summer, and my brother and I needed a babysitter. We stayed with my dad's boss's daughter at their house. She was 16 or 17, I'd say. We'd been staying there for a few weeks, very uneventful. One day, there was a knock at the door, and she wasn't expecting anyone, so we got into commando mode and crawled through the house to see who it was. A scraggly-looking guy is there. He has a 3 or 4 day beard, t-shirt that is stained and hole-filled, and he has a bike parked in the driveway. We report back to her, and she doesn't know who it is, so we decided it is best to go hide upstairs. All the while, he is beating on the door. Eventually it stops. We wait a couple minutes and crawl to the window to look, and he's riding in circles in the street. I'm still in commando mode, but he spots my brother and immediately goes back to pounding on the door. After what seemed like 30 minutes, he stopped and crawled to the window, and we saw him riding off, and he rode out of the neighborhood. We didn't see him again, and the whole time, none of us thought to call 911. Their house is in an upper-middle-class neighborhood where suspicious characters typically get reported, but during the middle of the day, I guess no other neighbors saw him. The second thing happened around 2000 or so. We went camping at Kerr Scott Reservoir in Wilkes County, North Carolina. Pretty soon after I got home from my second year in college. We took my then 10-year-old golden retriever camping with us at that time. I was walking her one night, and near the shower houses, there was a little gated cemetery. As we got closer, she started acting scared, and before we made it to the fence, she dug her claws into the asphalt and would not move. She planted herself. I could not get her to move, so I turned around and went back. Nothing felt weird or anything to me, but to her it did. We walked by the next day in daylight, and she did just fine. It was very strange, but something terrified her that night. Case file number 3459, written by Babushka 6. The Patrick Paradox. It was August 2017, the night of the Mayweather vs. McGregor fight. I was at a pub with some friends, waiting for the fight to begin. There was an empty chair next to me, because my sister was running late. I felt a tap on my shoulder and someone asked, "Do you need this chair?" As I turned around, I said, "Yes, sorry, my sister's coming." When I fully turned around and looked at the person, I realized that I knew him. It was Patrick. I got excited because I felt like I hadn't seen him in a while. I said, "Oh my God, Patrick, it's been so long." He also got excited, knew my name, and gave me a hug. He sat down next to me and we started catching up. The usual, got a new job, I finally graduated, I moved out, etc. We had been talking for a bit when my sister finally came, made introductions, and then asked, "So, how do you guys know each other?" We both got quiet, and after a few seconds, I laughed nervously and said, "I'm sorry, I literally don't remember where I met you." Patrick got serious and said, "Yeah, me neither." My sister said it was weird, but went back to her conversation with another friend. Patrick and I started brainstorming about where and when we could have possibly met. We talked about where we went to school, different events we went to, where we live, etc. I live in Montreal, where this was taking place, and he lived in Toronto, and he said he was just visiting friends in Montreal. At this point, I had never been to Toronto, so we established we must have met during one of his visits. He told me the names of all his friends in Montreal, and I didn't know anybody. We found each other on Facebook, and had no mutual friends. We thought that maybe one of us unfriended the mutual friend, so we exchanged phones and went through each other's friends lists. Nothing there. No similarities. I asked him if he remembered what color my hair was last time he saw me, since I used to change my hair color rather often, and we could use this information to pinpoint the year and month we met. He got quiet again, thought for a few seconds, and said, "I literally have no memories of you." I realized I had no memories of him either. We talked for a bit longer, then the fight started and he went back to his friend group. At the end of the night, he came to say goodbye and vowed to remember where he met and to message me as soon as he did. We added each other on Facebook, but I ended up unfriending him a few years later. It's been almost 10 years, and I still have no idea when I met him. When I saw him on that warm August evening, I got such a warm and fuzzy feeling, and got instantly excited about seeing him. Like my body reacted to him before my brain could process it. I'm absolutely convinced I knew Patrick in a parallel universe, past life, whatever it is. So another case of probably just knowing someone from the real world, but it is interesting that just knowing them from the real world, it creates like a signal feedback when you're near them, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be friends in this reality. You just know that they were relevant to a past life, a past experience, even if you can't pinpoint it through memories in this universe, in this timeline. Though I do wonder if I ever encountered someone that I felt like I knew them, but obviously there's no memories that connect us, no past history that connects us, so we never really met in this reality. Would I try to force a relationship? Maybe that's a mistake. I mean, you get a sense, but memory suppression, if this is a simulation, is a core feature, so maybe don't. Maybe just because you knew them in a different play session doesn't mean you should know them in this one. Case file number 3460, written by Errant Traveler. The Mechanic's Curse. I lived in Orlando for about a year in my early 20s, met a girl and started dating her. Then I got a job in Atlanta, which I took, but my girlfriend stayed in Orlando for the next 9 months. Needless to say, I drove down there about every other weekend to see her. The drive from Atlanta to Orlando is about 8 hours, and takes you through some of the loneliest parts of rural Georgia along the way, and you more or less have to go through Macon, Georgia. Macon is an old town by American standards. Rose Hill Cemetery, alone, has headstones going back over 200 years. It was also the site of one of the Confederate prisoner of war camps during the American Civil War. This camp, Camp Oglethorpe, has been described as that thing of infamy. Lots of people report creepy crap happening in this town. But what happened to me didn't happen in Macon. It happened about 40 minutes south on I-75. I had just spent the weekend with my girlfriend in Orlando and was driving home to start another work week. I abhor traffic, so I always make long-distance drives at night unless some outstanding circumstances force me to drive during the day. So I'm driving north, and it's around 4 in the morning. I'm wide awake, as I've been drinking Mountain Dew for the past 5 hours. The highway is empty and dark. There are no highway lights, and no other cars as far as I can see in either direction. The signs are telling me that I'm about 40 miles from Macon. I was just finishing up a cigarette and glanced down to my left to locate the automatic window switch so that I could toss the butt out of the window. In that split second, an elongated hand, almost completely emaciated, translucent, and light blue, comes forward past my head over my shoulder. My entire body freezes up, and I watch as this hand and arm continue forward. The hand grabs at the steering wheel, and just like that, disappears before my very eyes. I don't think there has ever been any time I've ever been so scared before or since. For the next 3 miles, I barely moved enough to keep the car on the road, and it was 15 minutes before I could work up the courage to look in my rearview mirror. I imagined that I was going to see a whole squad of ethereal soldiers taking a ride in the bed of my pickup truck. But when I finally mustered up the courage to glance back, I found nothing. As terrifying and bizarre as that occurrence was, I was much later willing to write it off as some kind of bizarre hallucination, if not for what happened next. Several months later, I went down to Orlando again, and while there, my girlfriend asked me if I would go down to Tampa with her to see some of her old friends. I readily consented, savoring the prospect of a road trip, regardless of length. When we arrived, we went to her friend's house, and people started dropping by to say hi. After a couple hours, one particular person shows up. Let's call him Jay. After chatting with my girlfriend for a few minutes, Jay and I strike up a conversation, and being unfamiliar guys, the conversation moves fairly quickly towards cars. Jay tells me that he has a 1966 Mustang that he has been restoring. He'd just finished the motor, and it's what he had driven over. He asked me if I'd like to hear it, and being an avid car fan myself, I agree, and we head outside. Sitting at the curb is a car, and let me tell you, it was pretty rough in terms of body and interior, but I was willing to let that slide as I tend to appreciate mechanics more than aesthetics. I slide into the passenger seat and him into the driver's seat. Jay fires up the engine and starts revving it. We're both enjoying this for about a minute when suddenly, there comes an enormous bang, but the engine continues to run. Jay looks at me in confusion, and I return the gesture towards him. However, our puzzlement was not to last as two things happened simultaneously about 10 seconds later. 1. Steam starts coming out of the hood, and 2. I notice a trail of what appears to be transmission fluid working its way down the gutter. Jay shuts off the car, pops the head, and both of us get out to take a look. We determine that his water pump had seized. When that happened, the shaft coming out of the water pump attached to the cooling fan snapped, and for a brief second that fan became a propeller and ate a perfect circle in his radiator before bouncing off his transmission and cooling lines, slicing through both and wedging itself in a corner of the engine compartment. After sorting through the mess with him, it became time to go for my girlfriend and I, so we bid adieu to Jay and went back to Orlando. The next day found me in my truck and winging my way back to Atlanta. I was about 50 minutes south of Macon when I called my roommate to give him a rough idea of when I was going to be home, and while I had him on the phone, I decided he might like to hear that story. So, I relate the entire tale of Jay to him, and after finishing the tale, both of us started to laugh. But my joy was not to last. About 3 seconds into my laughter, I heard an enormous bang, and my truck started behaving funny. Praying I simply had a flat, I told my roommate I had to go, and made my way to the shoulder, but I knew what it was already. I knew as soon as it happened, and my worst fears were confirmed as soon as I popped the hood of my truck. My water pump had seized, the fan shaft had broken, and my cooling fan was wedged in my radiator. I then had to sit on that lonely piece of interstate for the next 4 hours, waiting for my roommate to arrive with his truck and a tow dolly so that we could get my truck back to Atlanta. That was a horrible 4 hours because I knew something was there with me. Case file number 3461, written by Hossman. A dark coin toss. My friend and I had developed a habit of convening in the evenings at our local Dunkin' Donuts to discuss current events, religion, and the mysteries of life. As high school students, we enjoyed the luxury of time during the summer months. As time passed, we found few topics that between us had not been discussed or debated to exhaustion, though we continued to meet increasingly later each night. Soon we took to exploring the town, driving until we had become tired of exploring. Our direction was often determined by the toss of a coin, heads for left, tails for right. Try this. It is surprising how often you'll find yourself having returned to your place of origin. It was all the while uneventful. The frequent pauses in conversation and yawns at the same day signified the end of our adventures. Until that night. We had explored, not by means of chance this time, to a road which, by day, was busily traveled. Late this night it was calm. 1, 2, maybe 3 pairs of lights passed us as we drove on, our instincts guiding us somewhere that we set out to have never been before. I noticed it only for a moment at first. The poorly lit sign of an old mining company that soon we both recognized having seen a dozen times under the sun. In an instant, we both had realized that this was going to be our next adventure. What little we had experienced together thus far would be shadowed by the memory we share of what followed our right-hand turn on the dirt road, signs marking Blank Mining Incorporated. We crept along in the darkness, unafraid. The new thrill had woken our spirits and we drove on eagerly. We followed the thin dirt road for what could not have been more than a minute. A split in the road had forced us to choose. We stopped, we waited. I remember the hum of the engine idle, waiting for us to decide. We chose and lurched forward. We would go left. We continued on, 10 miles an hour, 15 sometimes, speeding up and slowing to observe our surroundings. The world beyond our road was bleak. The grasses were grown out and seemed as though they had never been touched, leaning in unison. 20 minutes, 30 maybe, had passed with nothing unusual, except perhaps, yes, walls of dirt on either side of us began to rise. Waist high, car high, and then we found ourselves entirely isolated from the world. Now it was us, our two-seaters, the headlights, and that dirt road. So much time had passed that now we felt desperate to see anything. Finally, a break in the wall. A narrow, muddy road to our left had appeared. Behind it is an abandoned 2-story building. Overgrown weeds had climbed up the side of the building. 2 old rusted lamps had lighted the grassy field. If the driveway had not been muddy and impassable, I fear I would know far more about that building than I would like. So we kept on, leaving that empty place. We would never return. I do not think I have ever wanted to get away from something so badly as I did that building, those lights, and the unhappiness I felt looking at it all. My heart had slowed its pace at the thought that I would not be asked to leave the safety of our vessel. I would have wagered that this was the most thrilling encounter of that night. It was not. On we drove, the walls endless and solid, drowning us in the muffled sounds of the engine and the occasional clearing of throats and licking of lips. Then, there. The perfect reflection of our headlights. Yet how? It took only a fraction of a moment for us to realize that we were approaching another vehicle. It was parked and to our right, facing us. There it was, 60 yards from us, a Jeep Wrangler, topless. We had not noticed until now, truly the width of the road. The dirt road was wide enough for 3 lanes and tapered on either side, the sort that makes you believe rain could never puddle in the middle. We approached with caution. No, not caution, fear. I desperately wanted to hear anything but the engine and the nervousness in our throats. I rolled down the window. We crept. We did not speed up. We dared not slow. It came closer to us until we were upon it. I listened hard, the hardest I have ever listened in my whole life. my eyes fixated on the silhouette of metal, tires, doors, steering wheel, and face. In the night, perhaps in the faint light of the moon, I met him. I stared into him as he did I. I have never known a grimace so cold and disturbed as the one I knew in that moment. Something else was there with him. Someone else sleeping? Go, I whispered. My eyes were stolen from me as we passed. Go, I said for sure this time, grasping myself from the stranger. I turned my gaze. We fled desperately. I feared to turn back. I felt as though if I had, he would be there, behind me, waiting, begging for me to look. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. This road, this straight dirt wide road with walls that imprisoned us would never end. It couldn't. I knew for sure that we would drive until we were dead. We would run forever. I could not wait any longer. I had to. I had no choice. I turned back to feel my heart skip beats, to choke a swallow, and the thing I feared most had happened. Red lights came on in the darkness that never promised safety. White lights, a pair of them. We sped, faster and faster and faster, yet until the fear of what was behind us consumed our fear of uncertainty that lay ahead, and in the quickness of the world that passed us. The lights grew brighter. We did not speak. I gazed backwards all the while in disbelief as my friend drove on, clutching to a possibility that we would escape from this whale. We had to try something, anything. We crossed into a madness that neither of us were prepared for. I thought of nothing but escape. The road was no longer as straight as it once was. Our wake kicked up clouds of dirt and gravel behind us. In the chaos of my mind, both of our minds, we had failed to notice that trees began to sprout all around us. Big, thick, beautiful trees. The trees, I said. We both knew. We waited for the moment we needed, speeding on until a brief window had arrived. We did not hesitate. We stopped quickly and pulled around until we had concealed ourselves behind a tree, now facing the road. Engine on, lights off. I do not recall breathing in those moments. He was further behind us than we had initially determined, but we waited only seconds more in horror and relief as he sped by, his motives unknown to us. Follow him? I said, almost a question. I actually spoke those words. And so we betrayed our cover to become the wolves. We made no real effort to pursue it, though. With our lights off and our hearts unwilling to endure much more, we called off our hunt rather quickly. We followed the road until it was paved, turning where we thought might lead us away from our past. It wasn't long until we came upon a gas station. One large lamp lit the station, and we found our place of solitude and hiding. We sat for what was equivalent to the entirety of my life. We were free. We were free to be boys again, debating in the bliss of our ignorance. We laughed and made all sorts of noises, but it would not last. And too quickly this feeling escaped me. My face straightened. A brilliant chill ran down my back and into my arms. I wanted to die. I wanted to go to sleep and never wake. We were not free, we were lost, and we knew of only one way home. We spent far too long delaying what we knew to be our only option, and so we thrust ourselves onward. One final adventure, home. We returned to that road, the place we thought we had bargained our freedom from. We drove carefully this time, observing the road should he be laying in wait. The same trap we had set earlier. On and on we went. The wind in my hair, almost enjoying the return trip, convinced myself that we had nothing to fear. I was afraid. I was afraid of what I knew was waiting for us. We drove forever, back the way we came. We drove until we knew it was coming. The familiar reflection of our headlights in the black Jeep Wrangler. The terror in my eyes. We did not stop. We had simply come too far for it to all unravel now. My friend did not look. He knew everything he needed to from my silence as we passed the Jeep one last time. No man, no face, no accomplice. We didn't speak again that night. As time went on and summer winded down, our midnight Dunkin' debates became less regular. We were never really sure what I saw in the passenger seat of the Jeep, and I have never been back to that place, but maybe one day I will return. I've always wondered what secrets were kept from me in that old, abandoned building. Okay, this story is so well written. It's just a pure joy to narrate stories like that. I mean, I like narrating every story I read, even if the writing quality isn't Shakespearean, right? But when it is, such a high level, it's just special, you could say. And it makes sense, I don't know who this person is, but I would guess they're at least attuned to writing. And they, even like in the early part of it, where they're just meeting at Dunkin' Donuts for a debate club, like, who does that? That's so cool. That's something, I never did that, but I kind of would have if I had thought of it. Debating ideas, honing them, I kind of do that all the time now, but just online, like on Twitter or X, Reddit, stuff like that. It's just fun to hone ideas in your mind and try to find the truth wherever that's possible. And as for the story though, man, I mean, the core question is what the hell was in that Jeep Wrangler? There was a person there. It could be something as simple as mundane as this was just a bad person. Maybe someone was trying to dispose of a body and they were trying to find somewhere remote to do it. Given it the abandoned nature, I don't think it was security or anything guarding an abandoned mining post. That would be odd. So probably just human nefarious activity, but who knows if it's even something worse. Case file number 3462, written by Juggling Monkey. Out of the Tank. I was a teenager and still lived at home with my parents. One weekend, they decided to go on a trip and leave me home alone for the weekend. I was in a deep sleep and was being woken up by a knock on my bedroom door. I was slowly waking up as a knock got louder, more like a banging. And suddenly I bolted up, realizing I was the only one at home, and yet someone was banging on my bedroom door. The knocking stopped. I sat up and was debating whether or not I should get up and open the door. After about a minute, I wrote it off as a dream. I laid back down and sure enough, it started again. Knock, 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 knock. I swear to you, I finally knew what it was like to almost crap your pants. Again, I was debating whether to open the door. I finally decided I had no choice and was about to get out of bed when suddenly I heard footsteps inside my bedroom right next to the door. It's pitch black and I can't see a thing, but I know I didn't hear the door open, so now I'm wondering if someone broke in. But my bedroom door was never open, so that means they were banging on it from the inside? I lay there waiting to get assaulted or something, and the steps slowly moved around my bed, but in a very strange route. Forward 2 steps, back 1, sideways 2, something like that. Also, the steps are very close together. Hard to explain, but in my still half-asleep state of mind, I imagined it was some sort of dwarf running around. I lay there for what had to be the longest 3 to 5 minutes of my life, as these footsteps went around my bedroom. When everything finally didn't happen for about 10 minutes or so, I decided I had to be imagining it. I mean, how could someone be inside and suddenly not move for that long? So I finally got up and turned on the lights. And there, next to my bed, was my dead pet fish. It was huge and must have somehow jumped out of the tank. The lid was closed and it was a heavy glass lid, so you can imagine the weight of the fish if it jumped, pushed the lid, and landed on the floor. Scariest night of my life, and I don't really think it's a fish. Case file number 3463, written by Aggie Bridges. Speak of the bomb. A couple months ago, I lost my favorite lipstick. It was a bit sad for me, because I had bought it on my 10th year anniversary, on a trip with my husband, and I rarely wear makeup. And since I couldn't remember the exact details of it, I doubt I could find the exact shade so easily again. I searched for days and days, and I dutifully took out everything from my makeup bag and put it back again in case I had somehow missed it. I didn't mention it to my husband because I thought I was being quite silly for being so sad about it, and maybe if I didn't say I lost it, I hadn't really lost it for good. But when he was brushing his teeth one day, I mentioned it to him, and he said, "Have you tried looking for it in your makeup bag?" And I scoffed because, of course I have, you jerk. But all of a sudden, there it was, on the top. I was absolutely confused, but of course happy to find it. A few weeks later, I went to a cute little Christmas market with my friends, and I pulled my lipstick out of my bag, applied it, and put it in my coat pocket. And when I go look for it the next day, it's not there. So again, I empty my makeup bag, I empty my bag, and I empty the pockets of the coat, and put everything back in. And I do that again and again every couple of days, every time I get the urge to search for it. Especially knowing that it appeared so suddenly before, but I'm really getting nowhere. I assumed it fell out of my pocket at the Christmas market, and that's that, right? Until one day, as I'm leaving the house with my husband, it hits me. I found it because I told him, didn't I? So in a sudden flash of inspiration, I tell my husband, "Hey, I'm super sad because I lost my lipstick again. I searched everywhere, even my..." And I opened my bag, and it was right there, at the very top, just like the last time. I had a big belly laugh as my husband rolled his eyes at me, because obviously to him, it's just plain absent-mindedness. Like, how do I even begin to explain that it's a tiny bum bag and it's black, and the outside of the lipstick is off-white, and that I don't put anything there except a card case and my keys and my lipstick when I have it, that it has 0 pockets or weird zippers, and there is really no way I could have misplaced it, and I looked through it a million times anyway. Anyway, I thought it was hilarious, especially since it isn't like some vintage beauty I got at the thrift store. It's like the most normal, generic Sephora brand lipstick. But this little thing happened twice, and I just think it's something so whimsical and unexpected. So a multi-time DOPN reappearance with a specific trigger has to be an entity, a spirit or poltergeist or something that is messing with you, and obviously cued to a certain phrase, not in like a programming language. You may find yourself losing your lipstick again one day and saying what you need to say, but it doesn't return. Probably just because this prankster spirit is my guess, or developer in the simulation room, just is messing with you. So there's not really a specific phrase like a magical spell to say. Just someone messing with you. Which as always I can respect. Case file number 3464, written by I Have So Questions. Not a minute missed. I had been raised in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, but I moved to Wisconsin a few years prior. I was making the familiar drive from Wisconsin to Michigan to visit my dad. It was late at night. It's a 6-hour drive and I wanted to do it while my 2-year-old would be sleeping, and the road ahead was nothing but woods and no stores, very dark. I had a stop sign where you can go left or right. Either way, you go to different parts of Michigan and there is no way to wrap back around. I went right like I always do. Within a couple miles, I knew something was wrong. The road was straight when it should have been curvy, but I brushed it off and kept going. I started getting a very unsettling feeling, where these roads usually made me feel happy and nostalgic. Nothing felt familiar. There was a weird building far away that I had never seen before. It was huge, and while it looked normal, it was a type of large science laboratory or a research facility, hospital type building that just doesn't exist in the Upper Peninsula. I told myself, maybe it was built in the few years I'd been gone, and that, hey, everything looks different at night. But then, a few minutes later, I saw what was like a completely normal-looking airplane in the sky, but it had flashing lights and was suspended in the sky. I know that things can look like they aren't moving when you are, but the plane was purple with flashing lights and had weird clouds and mist around it. The hair on my arms went straight up. I was covered in goosebumps. I turned on the radio, and none of the stations worked. Even the time on the dashboard was black. I had not seen another single car this entire time. I tried my phone, but it wouldn't work, which also meant no GPS to confirm where I was. I completely panicked. I started crying. I have no idea how far I had driven, so the mileage wasn't helpful, but it felt like I'd driven about 20 to 30 miles and had not seen a single familiar landmark, just a straight road the entire time. I wanted to turn around, but also had just kept driving, hoping I would see something normal. Just as I decided to turn around and go back, I was back at the stop sign in the small town. My brain couldn't comprehend what was going on. I looked at my phone and it was suddenly working. The radio was on. The clock was on. Not a minute had passed, but that couldn't have been true. I looked at my son sleeping safely in the back, and I felt a relief and safety I had never, or have ever to this day, experienced. I turned right and recognized everything as correct and made it the rest of the way with no issues. As soon as I saw my dad's house, I started sobbing. I woke him up after laying my son down, and I just held him shaking and crying. He had never seen me like that ever. We are not a big display of an emotions type of family. My son is 18 now, and I still remember it like it just happened. So your son was sleeping. There's no way to corroborate the story with him, unfortunately. So all you're left with is guessing, did this really happen? Probably not an alternate reality, probably just an alternate universe, which in effect comes to the same thing. The only real difference is that it's actually happening right now concurrent to our universe, just in a different one. But I guess it doesn't really change anything, besides maybe being able to go back, but we don't know how to do that yet. So yeah, did this really happen? I mean, it certainly could have. There's plenty of experiences where people transition to a different universe, just seeing it, or even physically being there, and then zipping back. So I can't tell you if it really happened, but I can tell you it could have. The weird thing, though, that I can't explain is the full reset. Resetting back in time, that adds another layer that is harder to explain. But to fully hallucinate this kind of vivid memory, almost you could say, that doesn't seem right either. So maybe a looping space-time portal that just funneled yourself back in. Like remember, space and time are linked. So if you're moving through one, you have to move through the other. There may be a mechanism to move back before you even started. It's like the paradox where if you go faster than light, you can come back on yourself before the ship even leaves, and you see yourself departing, but you already arrived. So how could you arrive to see yourself depart if you haven't left yet? It's a paradox because of how time is woven with the space itself that we occupy. Anyways, just to say that with these portals, time shenanigans could definitely be involved like this. Case file number 3465, written by Livid Instruction 79, in the void of McDonald's. I was on a night shift and decided to go to McDonald's and get ice cream, as that is the only good food place open at 3 a.m. around here. The drive to McDonald's involved driving down one main road for around 3 miles. The road has many traffic lights and the speed limit is 30 miles an hour, and as expected, I came across less than 10 cars on the road at that time of night. One particular white car was driving in front of me throughout most of the journey. At times I would have to stop at red lights while the car would drive on, but then I would catch up with it again. I was driving behind this car for around 10 minutes. Then the car moved into the next lane, slowed down, and started flashing its rear red lights, which I thought was the driver telling me to overtake. I overtook it. The driver was a young Indian lady. Once I drove past it, I looked in my rear view mirror, and the car wasn't there. There was nothing behind me. I was in shock. It just disappeared. I had been driving behind this car on the same road for about 10 minutes. I overtake it, look in the rearview mirror, and it's not there. What the hell? Case file number 3466, written by Sasha Berry. The airport giveth, the drawer taketh back. About 6 years ago, someone gave me a Harry Potter wand keychain. It was metal, shaped like a wand, and it became very special to me. I always kept it with me. It was attached to my keys and an electronic office access card, so I used it daily. Later, I left that job, but I still had the keys and card with me. The whole bundle, wand, keychain, keys, and card, stayed together. And I kept it safely in my room because it meant a lot to me. It felt like a lucky charm. In 2023, I was flying to another state for a new job. At airport security, they stopped me and said I couldn't carry the keychain because it was metal and sharp. They also took my nail filer and scissors. I clearly remember begging them to let me keep the wand because it was very special to me, but they refused. Since the keys and card were useless to me anyway, I left the whole bundle there. I was heartbroken. I even called my mom while checking in and cried about losing the wand. I remember being upset the entire flight. I'm very sure it had been taken away. Fast forward to last year. I was clearing my room in my hometown, and out of nowhere, I found the same keychain with the same keys and the same electronic card attached inside my bedside drawer. Okay, wait. I had come back home only 2 months after that job, so there's no logical way it could have already been there. I have absolutely no memory of the airport staff giving it back to me. I asked my mom if she remembered me losing it. She said yes. She clearly remembers me crying and being upset about it. When I showed her the keychain, she was stunned too. She asked if maybe they did let me keep it, but I'm sure they didn't. I even asked around if anyone cleaned my room or moved it, but there's no explanation. Even if they had, it was at the airport. Still don't understand how something I lost at the airport could end up back in my drawer at home. I love when DOPs are so specifically attuned to provide evidence in this context, because if you lose an item, well, that's fine. I mean, plenty of people lose their items in a non-glitchy way. You just misplace it, forgot where you left it. Cool. I mean, sometimes plenty of stories where people really do lose their items because of a glitch in the Matrix or a weird spirit, like in the lipstick case today. But if you lose an item where you know why it was gone, in this case, you didn't lose it via a glitch or anything. You couldn't take it with you on the airplane. Okay. Well, you know that for a fact. You even called your mother, who corroborated the story. So this is as ironclad as anything can be, I think. And yet, it reappeared in a drawer. How? There is simply no way. Like, even if you had a mental disorder where you literally invented the memory, you couldn't have taken it with you on the airplane because it's metal and sharp and they wouldn't let you. So short of literally creating a false memory multiple times in multiple instances when this item was actually just in a drawer, does that seem realistic to anyone else? I don't think so. I think the universe glitches. Simple as that. And we simply have to stop letting the universe gaslight us, because that's really what it's doing. Case file number 3467, written by Taco Goat. Blue fire in the living room. When I was 7, in our new house that I'm currently in, 10 years later, writing this, my whole family, my parents, sister, and I were in the basement watching TV. I said I was thirsty and wanted some water, and my mom asked for me to bring some water for everyone. So, I went upstairs, but all the lights were off. So I turned on the stove light in the kitchen and poured the water into glasses, and took a tray because the glasses were big. So I turned the light off and walked over, and then looked into the living room. It was bright, and there were these strange orbs floating everywhere. They were blue and on fire, but not burning, not really. I put the tray down on the table and walked over to them. They did nothing as I moved through them, but it was pretty freaking creepy. I don't even know why I went to them. After a minute, I picked the tray up and ran back downstairs. I said nothing and only told my parents this last year. My mom is a crazy, superstitious bitch, so now she's always bothering me about it. It came up because my sister started claiming she saw ghosts, which was bullcrap. She's a liar. Well, maybe not. The second experience was when I was 8. I was sleeping in my bedroom and woke up to get some water, and my room is at the end of the hall, but I can see the stairs and the door to the deck. This was in the summer, so we kept our doors open to help the air circulate, and I had never, ever closed my door before to sleep. I got up and looked in the hallway, and what I saw stopped me. There was a man in a suit, with a briefcase, staring at me. However, he was all whitish, very pale, big sad eyes, and his neck screamed broken. There was a rope near him too. His clothes were a little torn and he just looked at me really sad. He looked, well, dead. I said, "Hello?" But he didn't answer, just kept staring. Then I asked, "Are you a ghost?" He nodded, but it looked weird because of his neck. So we just stared at each other for a good 20 minutes. Then I just fell asleep again. Oddly, it was kind of comforting. I didn't really feel scared after, but I never sleep with my door open anymore because of this. I'll make up all kinds of excuses because we have no air conditioning. My parents want my window and door open at night in the summer, but I wait until they fall asleep, and then I close it silently. Case file number 3468, written by Farad5474. Yesterday's arrival. Yesterday afternoon, I was doing a few dishes and then headed outside to put away my Christmas decorations. While I was doing the dishes, my daughter came home from school, and just like every day, she came in the kitchen, and I asked her how school was, and she said it was good, and then I watched her walk away and head upstairs to her room. I even heard her door close. So I grabbed my boxes and headed outside. As soon as I got outside, I put the boxes down and looked up, and my daughter was coming up the driveway. I thought it was strange. I asked her where she was, thinking she may have gone next door for a second or something, and she looked at me like I was crazy and said, I was at school? I told her I was confused because she just came into the house not 5 minutes ago? 3 minutes ago? And I was talking to her, and she just said, no, I just got home. She then rolled her eyes and chuckled as she walked away, now definitely thinking her mother is nuts. But I know 100% I saw her and spoke to her, so I'm completely confused. Case file number 3469, written by Anonymous. The woods stopped being fun. When I was about 8 or 9, I lived in a suburb that bordered the town woods. My friends and I loved to play there, and our parents let us because it was so close to home. There was an awesome stream where we could just catch fish and lizards and play in it. It was great. One day, my best friend and I decided to follow the stream and see how far we could go. We walked a lot further into the woods than we ever had before, maybe 1 or 2 miles. We were walking up the stream bed, just goofing off, when my friend tripped on something metal. We looked down and it was a freaking weapon. I was a young suburban kid. This was the first real-life weapon I'd ever seen. It scared the crap out of us, so we decided to turn back and go home. Then we heard this rustling in the bushes. We freaked out and booked it out of there. A little bit later, we emerged from the woods, instantly feeling better, being back on our safely paved streets. As we were walking up the street, back to my house, we turned around to look at the woods, and a hobo-looking dude stepped out. We screamed and ran, turned around, and the man was running too, following us. We ran faster. The man ran faster. We finally made it to my street, hauled butt to my house, ran inside and locked the doors. We hid in my room and peered from the window. My parents weren't home at the time. This creepy dude followed us all the way to the top of my driveway. He just stood there staring at my house. He stood there for about 5 minutes without moving a muscle, before slowly turning and walking away. Needless to say, I never went back in those woods. Case file number 3470, written by J. Pold. Donkey Kong with the bad smell. So I'm about 12 years old, and my parents are now comfortable leaving me home alone for short periods of time while they are out running errands, really nothing more than a few hours. It was a Saturday, and I saw my dad take off to work. My mom told me she was leaving to take my sister to the doctor. I had to close the garage behind them. My dad's car had the remote, so I watched them leave. I head down to the basement to play Super Nintendo, and a short while later, I hear some slight movement upstairs. It didn't sound like a person, but something was definitely moving around. But I'm too wrapped up in Donkey Kong 2 to go investigate or really be bothered at all. Eventually I get bored and go to roam around my house. My parents' room is always off limits, but they aren't home, so I decided to do some snooping. My parents each have their own walk-in closets, and when I began to look around the room, I noticed that my mom's is closed, but I can tell from under the door that the lights are on. I find this to be very odd, as my mom is a Nazi about turning the lights off when you leave a room. So I decide to walk in the closet and see what's up. The door gets about halfway open, and I'm hit by this pungent, rusty metal smell. Then the door violently slams back in my face, knocking me to the ground. At this point, I should have been terrified and ran out of the room, but for some reason, maybe a 12-year-old's curiosity, I wasn't at all. So I got up and tried to open the door again. This time, the door didn't budge, but the knob turned just fine. I leaned my body against it, and noticed that there was something heavy on the other side, holding the door in place. I slowly left the room and waited by the front door for my mom to get home. When she did, I never told her about the incident for fear of being punished for going into her room. A couple weeks go by, and I overhear my mom complaining about how some of her lingerie had gone missing, which at the time I thought meant some type of jewelry, and how a few days ago she had found a strange note in between some folded laundry. She didn't say what it said, but she wanted to call the police over it. When I heard the word police, I thought for sure I was in trouble, so I didn't tell her about that day. Case file number 3471, written by Abby Bridges. The Holy Game Boy. I was young, like 8. I had spent hours playing Pokemon in my Game Boy Color with a little add-on light, and when I looked up, there was a figure made of light hovering a couple feet from the floor and walking in place as if on a treadmill. It was fuzzy, but all white and glowing, and it was wearing kind of robes, so it looked kind of like Jesus. I'm not religious, but I was brought up Catholic, and because I was a bookish child, I assumed it was some sort of hologram, and I got up and started closing all the windows and unplugging electronics. I turned on the light, and it was gone, and I turned it back off and it was still there. This was in a hotel room close to Disney in Orlando, where my family was on vacation, and I didn't think to wake anybody up because my parents would have gotten really mad at me for waking them up after a long trip. I credit this experience as being the reason I believe in the supernatural, because to this day, I really can't understand it. I've never had any mental health issues or taken any regular medication, and I was 8, so definitely no substances or anything. I also am a hardcore gamer, and to this day, I play like 4 hours a day at least, and I've never experienced any sort of hallucination before or since. And I've been a heavy PC user since the 2000s. Case file number 3472, written by Anonymous. 12 Nights of Not Sleeping. When I was about 10, I lived in an apartment that was only 4 years old. One night, I was awakened by what sounded like a spoon hitting the side of a mug. I got out of bed and walked into the kitchen to find a transparent man stirring a cup of coffee. I remember asking the man what he was doing. He said he was making some coffee. I offered to join him at the table so we could talk. He declined and said he had something to show me. So I followed him into my sister's bedroom, but the room wasn't itself. There were 3 beds instead of just one, and there was a girl sleeping in each one. I thought this was weird, but I didn't say anything about it. I looked up at the man and asked what it was he wanted to show me. He proceeded to show me how he ended his daughters in their sleep, one by one, going into vivid detail and describing every agonizing moment. The last one through burning. This repeated itself over a time of 12 or so days. My mother noticed I was lacking sleep, and she asked what was wrong, but I couldn't say anything, so I said nothing. I'm fine, just having some trouble sleeping. On the last night this happened, I walked up to the man in the kitchen and confronted him. I said, "You are not to show me those images ever again. You will leave my house and never speak to me again." His eyes seemed to burst into flames as though he was angry, but he up and vanished. I walked into my sister's room to find everything back to normal, and he never showed up again. I could finally sleep. I only told my mother about this ghostly figure 3 to 4 days later, and we were moved out of the house the following week. Was this a sleep paralysis episode? Honestly, I was absolutely wide awake. Most refuse to believe in the existence of supernatural beings, but I'm fairly certain that's only because people are afraid of what their existence might mean. Case file number 3473, written by Live to Laugh. I watched myself sleep. My good friend's family had just bought a new home in a nice old neighborhood in my city. The lady who was the previous owner owned it for the last 50 years and decided to finally sell it. However, 3 days later, after she sold the home, she passed away. That following weekend, my buddy's parents headed out of town, so we decided to have a sleepover and play some vids. Around bedtime, my buddy told me I could crash in the basement, to which I had no problem with. I was so tired at this point that I kinda scooped my way around in the dark and eventually crawled in the bed and passed out right away. Sometime around 3 or 4 a.m., I felt a rude awakening that scared the crap out of me. However, when I came to consciousness, I was not sitting up. I was viewing myself sleeping, like I was floating from about the basement roof level in a sort of bird's eye view. I cannot even begin to explain the panic or terror that I felt at this time. I felt like I was fully conscious and completely aware of my surroundings, entirely lucid. I could stare around the room, but my vision kept seeming like it was struggling to stare back at my physical body sleeping. During my panic, I remember seeing the TV remote and a blue towel right by my feet on the bed. After giving every mental effort to wake up, it seemed almost futile. For the life of me, I could not wake myself up. I felt as if I had some sort of extreme pressure holding me in place against the roof. After about a minute straight of this, I began to severely panic and start crying. Then out of freaking nowhere, bam, I woke up. I hurriedly ran to where the light switch was to turn it on. Once I turned on the light, I saw the same damn remote and the same damn towel in the exact same freaking position on the bed. Knowing that I crawled into bed in the pitch black and did not once view the bed or the contents on the day before, this whole experience truly mystified me. I have no idea if it had anything to do with the previous owner who passed away. It doesn't seem relevant, to tell you the truth. As a non-believer in the paranormal, what the hell am I supposed to think? Case file number 3474, written by Galactic Sensation, for the Porcelain Pocket. During Christmas time, my family and I were shopping in an old store downtown. I've been familiar with the same store since I was a kid, so I know the layout and where everything is. In the back corner of the store is where the toys are. There are 3 aisles. I had seen beautiful porcelain dolls on all the shelves a few nights before, but that night I couldn't find them. I had money now and just wanted to get a few for my family members. I walked around that whole area several times, but they weren't anywhere. I was already getting strange looks from other customers. Then I had a weird idea to walk around one last time. That's when I saw them. The porcelain dolls were all in their boxes. I kept thinking how odd it was that I missed them since they took up the whole shelf on the aisle. Everything got quiet, and the customers walking by didn't enter the aisle I was in. Even my family walked by, and nobody regarded my presence there. I didn't think anything of it till later, so I picked out 3 dolls and went to the checkout. Later, different family members were asking me where I found the dolls since they too were looking for them. I told them, and they said they looked through the whole area many times and there weren't any. Case file number 3475, written by Leave So Fight. Overnight upholstery. I'm currently living in a small, pre-furnished studio apartment which includes this wooden chair with orange seat cushions that are tied on with large nylon ribbons. The type of ribbon that you see for expensive gift wrapping but stronger. I imagine it came this way from the factory. Been using this chair to work from home, but unfortunately, my body keeps moving the bottom cushion and pulls at the ribbon. About 2 weeks ago, the left string ripped out of the cushion, and maybe 3 to 5 days ago, the right one finally gave out too. I witnessed both of the ribbons slowly separate from the cushion and eventually fully rip. This morning, I woke up to find the right ribbon had been completely reattached to the cushion and chair, like it's woven back into the fabric of the cushion. I don't see any stitches. I am 99.999999999% sure I saw this ribbon rip and even moved the cushion to a separate, different model chair in my apartment yesterday. Last night I put it back to be tidy and woke up with it reattached. The left one is still ripped out, but the right is firmly reattached and maybe even in better shape than when I first moved in. I can't think of any explanation other than someone entering my apartment, the door is deadbolted when I leave, and they repaired it and left? Or I've completely hallucinated this in the past few days, or something truly inexplicable. These glitches where an object or item resets itself, repairs itself, kind of resetting in time, they fascinate me because they point to an aspect of DOP which isn't as well talked about, in that the objects around us, the material we view as solid in and fixed in space and time, they aren't. Now we know it's not fixed in space, but remember, space and time are linked. I think even if you're a developer in the simulation, you still have to obey the fundamental architecture of the simulation. It's almost like in the Matrix where you can, sort of bend the rules, but you can't fully break them. Well, besides Neo, but even the architects of the simulation, the machines, they can't do that. They can't program agents to completely break the system. Only people with human minds connected to it can, and only like 1 in a billion or something. So, looping back in, time and space are linked, and these objects are also woven into that mix. They can disappear in space, but in time too. And in this case, it just means being reset in time. Now, is this a glitch, or is someone resetting it for you? It's kind of a pointless thing to do. It's just some silly chair in an apartment. And it didn't even fully reset it to a point where both ribbons are repaired. You said only one was. So that's a weird thing, and it strikes me as just an anomaly. The universe doesn't render everything if we're not observing it. The waveform isn't collapsed if something isn't interacting with it. When that data of the chair, the item, is removed from working memory and then reloaded in when you observe it again, sometimes, very rarely, it can reload incorrectly and probably just pulled from a past memory save that was saved maybe a day ago, like right before you broke it on the right side, so that ribbon was repaired but not the other one. It seems to be the most logical thing to me. It's just data and save states and incorrect memory loading. Kind of funny to try to break it down into computer terms, but it fits so well, the nerd in me just can't help it. Case file number 3476, written by Wamim's author, The Wawa Warp. Friday night. My husband and I met his mother around half an hour from our house at a restaurant for dinner. We all lived together, which is an important detail. Once dinner was over, she got into line to pay. There were a few people ahead of her, and we told her we were stopping at Wawa to pick up coffee. She said she'd meet us there. We left the restaurant and went out to our truck. She still hadn't left, still waiting to pay. We left almost immediately, maybe a minute or so, and stopped at the stop sign. We got out on the road and started going back towards home, only one main road. About a mile or so later, we noticed a car a few hundred feet in front of us. Her car is an SUV, and my husband said that it looks like my mom's car. I asked if he could see the license plate, and when we got close enough near Wawa, I saw it was her car. We have no idea how in the world she got ahead of us. We later asked her if she left the parking lot a different way. She went out the same way we did. But as I said, she was waiting behind us, still waiting to pay, while we were already in the car, pulling out. There's only one road between the restaurant and our house. We caught up with her at Wawa, and none of us can figure out what happened. We left Wawa first, and my husband said if we got home, she's already there and going somewhere else. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but what did happen defies all sense. Case file number 3477, written by Unknownness. A legend looked at us. A few years ago, I was traveling through Michigan and went to a small park area near Waters Meet, an infamous location boasting the appearance of Paulding Light. The place is said to either be haunted or visited by aliens, and the eeriness is most apparent after dark, when a ghost light appears in the distance. You have to drive down a dirt road to a metal road barrier, and from there, you watch the horizon where a small hill leads into the woods. There aren't really any major roads behind the area where the light appears, and there aren't any running trains. The story, according to those who think it might be haunted, is that a long time ago, a man was walking along the train tracks near the haunted site and was hit by a train. The ghost light is said to be the lantern he was carrying when he was hit. Well, when I was there, it was just me and one other person after dark. Being the derps we were, we decided to get out of the safety of the car and walk closer to the barricade. It was cold, with a slight breeze that made the surrounding trees squeak together. After a few minutes of waiting, the ghost light came over the horizon. It was a tiny white spot that grew in size, split into two different lights, and moved from left to right. It disappeared and reappeared 2 or 3 times. After the last time it disappeared, the breeze picked up a bit, and then I heard what sounded like a child's voice saying, "Mom." Right after that, I looked at my friend, who looked straight at me, and we both could see in each other's eyes that we both heard it. We got back in the car pretty quick and drove off. Freaky place. Now time for the jokes of the day. Went to my boss's funeral. I kneeled down next to the coffin and whispered, "Who's thinking outside the box now?" My 11-year-old daughter, being a smartass, asked if she was adopted. I said, "Not yet." "I got you an elephant for your room." "Thanks. Don't mention it." What happens when a target burns down? It becomes coals. You get it like the store? KOHLS? Good one. Before the clock strikes midnight on December 31st, be sure to lift your left leg. That way you'll be starting the new year off on the right foot. There is to be a British spin-off version of Stranger Things. It will be called Bit Odd, innit? Sure is a bit odd. How does a daddy electron watch his baby electron? By keeping an eye on him. After stealing all the punctuation marks off the judge's keyboard, I'm expecting a long sentence. My husband left me because I'm insecure. No, wait, he's back. He just went to get pizza. I accidentally sprayed Axe body spray into my mouth. I now talk with an accent. Video up here, YouTube thinks you'll like it. Check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. I'll see you next time. I call it an elevator, but my British friend calls it a lift. I guess we were raised differently. A man is drinking in the pub for a whole day. Once he's finished, he drops to the floor, crawls out the door, crawls to his house, and crawls into bed. When he wakes up in the morning, his wife, unimpressed, says to him, "You were in the pub all day, weren't you?" The man replies, "How'd you know?" Wife replies, "You left your wheelchair there again." I used to know a baker who had red hair. He was a gingerbread man. I don't get why New York City gets so much attention for its New Year's Eve celebration. Every single year they drop the ball. My New Year's resolution is to stop being so condescending. And in case you weren't aware, condescending means talking down to people. I got fired from my job because I kept asking my customers whether they would prefer smoking or non-smoking. Apparently the correct terms are cremation and burial. The final choice. I caught my son chewing on electrical cords. I grounded him until he could learn to conduct himself properly. President Lincoln's steakhouse was a huge success until he declared seasoning unconstitutional. Customers were stunned to learn he'd abolished savory. What has 2 butts and kills people? An assassin. Wife worries about husband's safety and calls him and says, "Be careful driving home. Some complete moron is driving down the wrong side of the motorway." The husband replies, "There's not just one, there's bloody hundreds of them." I tried being polite today by holding the door open for a lady. She kept screaming, "I'm peeing here." Oh well. I once opened the door for my mother-in-law to help her get out of the car. Apparently she didn't like that, as we're going 120 miles an hour. Yeah. I asked my mom if I was ugly. She snapped back and said, "I told you not to call me mom in front of people." Damn, how'd you recover from that? Your pupils are the last part to stop working when you're deceased. They dilate. Word plays. I went to a job interview the other day. The interviewer asked me to describe myself in 3 words. I said, lazy. Just 1 word, it's efficient. I asked the girl to go out with me, but she said that my face looked like the back of a boat. I didn't reply, but I gave her a stern look. I saw a bumper sticker that said, "Beware of the idiot behind me." So I followed him until I figured out who the idiot was. How many apples can you eat in the morning on an empty stomach? 1, because after that it's not an empty stomach anymore. Why don't bald eagles tell knock-knock jokes? Because freedom rings. I told my son that we're having Himalayan rabbit stew for supper. Sounds great, he said, but where did you get that rabbit? I found Himalayan on the side of the road. When I get a dog, I'm going to name him 5 miles, so I can say I walk 5 miles every day. Cheating the system. My 8-year-old had a nightmare that he was being eaten by our vacuum cleaner. I said, "That's a terrible way to die, son." My friend Tony asked me to not say his name backwards. I said, "Why not?" My girlfriend just admitted that she used to be a Christian, so I broke up with her. I know, judgmental, but I've only known her since she was Christine. A less extreme version of Phoebe in Friends changing her name to Banana Hammock? What was it? Consuela Banana Hammock or something like that? You technically can change your name to anything, so what's the craziest name you'd choose to name yourself? I always like the name James, which is obviously ordinary, but I don't know. Seems classic. The other day, a female janitor invited me over, but I declined. I just can't deal with a high-maintenance woman. Video up here. YouTube thinks you'll like it. Check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. I'll see you next time.